Okay, so in a couple seconds, we should be live. Let me get the... Yeah, okay, so this is the link right here. If you ever wanted to take a look at the live stream on YouTube, you could do so from the following URL right here. But otherwise, let's start our class. Okay, so we're doing... Here we go. Okay, so this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Hacking Basics Part 4. So we've only have a few more classes left in the entire course, actually. So we're going to be going up until Part 8, and that's going to be the end of the HackerFrogs program. Well, at least this part anyways. We're going to take a Christmas break after that, and then we're going to, well, hopefully we're going to start back up in either January or early February. All right, so this is the 4th Intro to Web App Hacking workshop, and in the previous workshop we learned about the following web app hacking concepts. We learned about source code analysis. Source code analysis is the process of analyzing the code of a piece of software with the goal of deeper understanding regarding its function. So there were a couple of levels of the Natus game where we had some code to look at, and we had to figure out what the password is based on the code that we found there. It's a common technique used in software security testing, but it requires the software source code be readily available. So you might think that this is kind of impossible because most of the time the source code is on the server side, which means that you wouldn't be able to see it. But when you do security testing for companies, the companies will usually give you a copy of the source code that you can look at so that you can identify security vulnerabilities in it. We also learned about URL parameters last class. URL parameters are variables attached to the end of the URLs. So for example, in this URL over here, everything after this question mark over here are URL parameters. They're often used to send search queries to web servers, but they can be used to retrieve other data as well. And we learned about local file inclusion. Local file inclusion is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary local web server files can be accessed through a web interface. So we were able to look at arbitrary other files on the web server through this local file inclusion vulnerability in the last session. But let's continue where we left off. So this is Natus 8. Is this Natus 8? Let me check my notes. We should be working on Natus level 9 in today's session. Let me just grab those notes real quick. This is session 4. All right, so everybody, I want you to go ahead and go to this GitHub page over here. And this is going to have all of the links we need to do today's lesson. We're going to be doing Natus level 9 and Natus level 10. And we're also going to be doing a challenge over at the tryhackme.com website. So if you don't have an account over at tryhackme.com, please let us know. And you can also go to this link right over here, tryhackme.com, and you can sign up for a free account over there. So this is important because we're going to be using one of the tryhackme.com modules to learn about a certain vulnerability today. So if you don't have an account, go ahead and go to that website and make an account. You don't need to pay. Everything that we're going to be doing is going to be free materials, so no worries about that. But in the meantime, let's go over to Natus level 9. So down in the Natus CTF links and passwords section over here, we've got Natus 9. Go ahead and go to that website. Use the username Natus9 and this password right here. So you just need to copy this, then go to the Natus9 website over. So mine is over here. The username is going to be Natus9. Password is whatever you just copied. Click on sign in. Okay. All right. So everybody, if you managed to sign into Natus level 9, please type in the chat 999, everything's mine. Smiley face. Okay, great to see, great to see. Some people are logging in. And we've got this web page over here. It says find words containing. So what does this mean? So we've got an input field over here. We can click on search. There's some source code here as well. But before we do the source code, let's do a little test and click on search. So we searched for the word test over here, and it looks like it's getting every word in some sort of some sort of file here that has the word test in it. So test, test, test. Okay. So we're going to go back. So if you take a look here, there's some URL parameters in here as well. So there's the word needle. Needle equals test and submit equals search. So this doesn't necessarily mean that we're doing local file inclusion again, but let's go back to the original landing page over here, and let's take a look at the source code and see what's going on inside the app. So on the Lattice 9 landing page here, go ahead and right-click on the view source code and put it in a new tab. So I'll remind certain users that if you want to look at the source code, you might need to use a certain other web browser. Okay, so let's take a look at the source code that's going on here. So does anybody know what kind of code this is? So we see these brackets right here. It's bracket question mark and question mark bracket. You might remember from the last time, it's the same programming language. If you think that this is PHP code, then you are correct. But if you didn't know that this was PHP code, you could always just copy the entire code snippet over here. And then you could go to something like ChatGPT and ask for analysis. Please, oh, my login is expired. I guess I need to log in again. Is it going to make me log in? It's going to make me log in. Okay, let me log in really quick. Let's see. Okay, let me grab my password. Okay, so we could ask something like ChatGPT to analyze the code. So where were we? Over here? Right. So I'm just going to copy all the code here. Then I'm going to go over to ChatGPT. I'm going to ask it, please analyze this code. And then paste in the code. And what does it say? Okay, so it identifies this as PHP code, and it says that it allows users to search for a specific keyword in the file dictionary.txt using the grep command. So what this little application is doing is it's actually using a Linux command. So let's take a better look over here. Okay. So key equals blank. So this is an empty string. So this is the key variable over here. And if array key exists, so if this needle exists, which is a post web request over here, then the key is going to be whatever the user supplies to it over here. So key equals the needle in the web request. So if the key is not blank, then it's going to run this function right over here. And this function is called passthrough. So this function inside of PHP is called passthrough. And it basically means that it's going to run a system command. So in this case, the system is a Linux system. So it's going to run a Linux system command. And it's going to run this grep command. So grep with the key as the variable inside of this file right here, dictionary.txt. So does anybody remember what the grep command does? If you know what the grep command does, please let us know in the chat. Otherwise, I'll explain it in a minute if nobody knows. Let's see, Cybernerd Dante in Twitch chat says it looks for strings inside of binaries. So that's partially correct. It looks for strings inside of whatever input you give to it, it's going to look for those strings. So it doesn't need to be a binary, it could be any other type of file. But what it does is it basically pulls out little pieces of text. So whatever pattern you give to it, it's going to look inside of either a file or some other input, and it's going to get those little pieces of text. So if we go over to this page over here, and we remember we're looking for the word test, we click on search. So basically, this is running grep on a file that's called dictionary.txt, and it pulls out every word that has the word test in it. And that's what the application is doing. So we're going to talk about a very specific type of vulnerability today, because this app is using a Linux command inside of its operation here. So let's take a look. So what we're talking about today is called OS command injection. So sometimes you'll hear it being called command injection or just called injection. But operating system OS command injection is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary OS commands can be performed on a web server through a web interface. So first off, some people think it's very clever to be able to use the system to output stuff in a web app. And it's not necessarily a bad thing to do, but the thing is that if you don't do it in a careful way, you could have people injecting their own commands into your web app. So OS command injection is a serious vulnerability and can often lead to complete compromise of the web server. And if so, the web server can be used as a foothold to attack other machines on the network. So if for some reason a bad person finds OS command injection on a web app, then they could potentially break into the web app by using system commands and then try to take over the web server from there. So let's take a look at the web app one more time. So this is giving a Linux command, and we can actually interrupt the Linux command that is being given here because our user input is right here. So it's grep and then our user input and then dictionary.txt. If we decide to mess with this command over here, we could actually do anything we want on this web server. So let's demonstrate how. So for the people who are just coming in, we're working on Natus level 9, and you can get the password for Natus level 9 on this page right here. So go ahead and go to that GitHub page over here, and there's the link for Natus level 9 as well as the username and the password. Go ahead and use this information to log into Natus level 9. Okay, so back over at the web app, let's just go back to the landing page. So in the landing page, what we're going to do is we're going to inject our own command into whatever's happening in the web app here. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do a semicolon. So in Linux, semicolon means that we're going to stop, that's the end of a command. The end of the command is a semicolon, and a lot of other programming languages use the semicolon as the end to an instruction. So after that, we're going to ask, who am I? What user we're working as? And then we're going to comment out everything else afterwards. So the semicolon over here is going to stop the current command. The who am I is our own command. And then the hashtag over here, the hash symbol is going to comment out everything, the rest of the command. So if we go over here, it's going to be grep I and then stop, and then our command, who am I, and then this dictionary.txt we're going to comment out. So we're going to ignore this. So when we run this command, it says we're user natus9. So what we've done here is we've injected our own commands into this web app. So we could do all sorts of stuff. So we could do, as long as we put everything between this semicolon and this hash symbol here, we could do lsla to see what's inside of this directory. So this is, it's basically running commands from the web app here. So it's got dictionary, index, index.php, a bunch of stuff over here. We could read the etc password file by using this command cat/etc/password, and we can get all this output over here. So this is really bad for security. This is basically the worst thing that can happen, because it lets any old person who can access this app run system commands on the underlying web server. So, but what do we want? We want to get the password for the next level. So the password for the next level is inside of a file called, I think it's /etc/natus_webpass. So this is the directory. And we want the password for natus level 10. So it would be /natus10. So everybody, I want you to try this on your own. This is the file that we're looking for. So go ahead and try using the OS command injection to read this file over here. Okay, so Methodical on Twitch asks, can we echo a binary onto the device and run it through the search bar? So I don't think this machine is internet capable. So I don't think you're able to upload any files to this machine. But on other machines you might be able to. Sometimes you're able to upload stuff to the web server using OS command injection. All right, so let's talk about the string that we're going to use to get the password. So first of all, we're going to use this string right here. Let's see. User D says, I searched but nothing came up. Okay, so the important thing that we need to do when we want to run this command is we want to put the semicolon over here at the start, and we want to put the hash symbol over here at the end. So everything in between is the command that we want to run. So the semicolon terminates the command. The cat command reads files. This is the file path to the natus10 password file. /etc/natus_webpass/natus10. And the hash symbol is going to nullify anything that follows after this command. So let's demonstrate. So let's do this together then. Over here? No, over here? Okay. So remember, it's going to be semicolon space, and it's be cat space /etc/pass wd. And remember, this is oh no, it's not this. It's /etc/natus_webpass/natus10 space and then the hash symbol. So Let me copy this and put it in the chat for everybody. Okay. So when we run this command, then we get the password over here. So this is the contents of the password. Let's copy that. And then let's navigate over to Natus level 10. So over here, you can just edit the address, and then go over to Natus level 10. It's going to ask us for a username and password. Natus 10, and the password is whatever you just copied, paste it in, click on sign in, and then we're in. Okay, so everybody, if you managed to steal the password and log into Natus 10, please type in the chat Natus 10 again, smiley face. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a couple of different levels that have to do with OS command injection, and then we're going to try using the TryHackMe platform and do some more OS command injection over there. So Natus level 10, we used OS command injection. So sorry, in Natus level 9, we used OS command injection to get the password. But in Natus level 10, it's slightly different. It says, for security reasons, we now filter on certain characters. So filter on certain characters, what does that mean? So if we go over here and we try the same thing, we try semicolon who am I hash, and then click search. It now says that the input contains an illegal character. So illegal character means that we can't use certain characters when we're typing in this field over here. Let's take a look at the source code again. So we're going to right click, open this in a new tab. So over here, this is almost identical to the code in the last level, but there's something slightly different. So can anybody spot the different code in here that's getting in the way? So if your answer is, right, okay, user D has it correct. So there's a check that happens over here. So the check is, it's going to look for, pregmatch is going to look for certain characters inside of the key variable here, and it's actually going to look for these characters right here. Actually, it's only looking for these three characters. So it's looking for the semicolon, it's looking for this pipe character, and it's looking for the and character over here. So if whatever you send to the web app contains these characters, then it's not going to do this function right here, but instead it's going to print out input contains an illegal character. So we need to work around this. So this is so in security, what we like to call this is we call it a filter bypass. So this is a filter right here, these characters. So we need to find some way to bypass this filter. So does anybody have any, if you have any suggestions of how we should bypass the filter, let us know. But one thing to keep in mind is that this is the command that's being run. This Linux command here, so it's grep I dictionary.txt with the key over here as the input. So the key is the user input. So what's interesting about the grep command is that the grep command can be run with multiple files at the same time. So we've got dictionary.txt, but does anybody know what the file is that we want to read? In the previous level, we read a certain file to get the password, but what file do we want to read to get the password in this level? So in the last level, it was the /etc/ /natus_webpass /natus10 file. So in this case, we should be looking at the /etc/ /natus_webpass natus11 file. So we can actually grep I for something and then supply another file. So whatever we're looking for as the key, and then space, and then the password file, but also run it on the dictionary file over here. So let me demonstrate. So over the web app here, we can look for something. Let's say we look for the word root, and we try looking for inside the etc. password file. And we can still use this hash because the hash is not indicated in the source code here. It's not one of the illegal characters. So when we search, when we execute this, we actually find this line from the etc. password file. So this line is actually returned to us because we weren't looking in the dictionary.txt file. We were looking in the etc. password file. And the dictionary.txt file, we eliminated that with this quote over, with this hash over here. Okay? So we can also look for any instance of the word natus inside of this file as well. And that's going to return us all the natus users in that file as well. So let's take a look at what we're going to be doing to read the file that we want to over here, okay? It's this. So we're going to look for the letter A inside of the etc. natus_webpass /natus11 file, and then we're going to give the hash to eliminate the dictionary.txt file. So the A is an argument to the grep command searching for the letter A. And then we specify the file that's going to be searched, which is the natus11 password file. And then we supply the hash symbol, which is going to get rid of the other part of the command. So we're injecting it into this part right over here. Kevnon has just followed on Twitch. Thank you very much for following, Kevnon. Okay, so we're using grep I, but this is eliminated, and we supplied the pattern we're looking for as well as the file. So let's demonstrate this. So over here, we're going to search for the letter A, and this is the command we're going to give. So you can go ahead, and I don't think you can copy this directly. If you're able to copy this directly, you can go ahead and just use this, but you can also just type it in. So it's going to be A, and then space, and then etc. /natus_webpass /natus11 space, and then this hash symbol. So when we search this, it gives us the password. Can anybody tell us why it gives us the password? So there's an important reason, because we use the grep command and we looked for a pattern. What was the pattern? So the pattern we looked for was the letter A. And because there's a letter A in this password, then it came back to us. So it printed this entire line and it gave it to us. If for some reason there wasn't an A in the password, we could just repeat we could repeat this over and over again with different letters until we eventually got the password. So we might try, if A didn't work, then we could try B. If B doesn't work, we could try some numbers. But basically, just keep on using it until we hit a letter that's actually in the password. So okay, let's try copying this and logging into the next level. So once again, if there's something that you don't understand about what's going on in the commands that we're giving, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try to explain better to you what's going on. But we can adjust the address over here, and we can log into Natus level 11. So the username, Natus11, password, paste it in, sign in, and we're in. All right, so everybody, if you're able to log into Natus level 11, please type in the chat, what is it? What rhymes with 11? 11 heavens, smiley face. So if you can log into Natus level 11, please type it into chat. Thank you. Okay, so what we're not, so this is the last Natus level that we're going to be dealing with, because we're talking about Zor encryption, which is a weird jump in difficulty, and we're not going to be talking about Zor encryption in today's class. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using another platform to continue our education on OS command injection. So let's go over to TryHackMe. One more time, if you want to get all of the links for the stuff that we're doing today, go ahead and go to this GitHub page. You're going to need to have a TryHackMe account, but after you've logged into TryHackMe, you can go ahead and go to this room over here. So it's under TryHackMe Test Room, and let me just provide the link in the chat. So I'm already logged in, so I'm able to. So what I want you to do is I want you to log into the TryHackMe platform and then go to this page, DVWA. It stands for Dang Vulnerable Web Application. So let's demonstrate what it looks like when you first come onto it. So, okay. All right, everybody. If you manage to navigate to this DVWA page after logging into tryhackme.com, please type in the chat, DVWA ready to go. Smiley face. Once again, if you're having any troubles, technical difficulties logging in, please let us know, and we'll try to help you out. Okay, so the first thing you want to do after you've loaded up the page over here, if you haven't joined this room already, there's going to be a green button over here called Join Room. I want you to click on that. And that's going to give you access to the rest of the materials on this in this module. After that, I want you to click on Task 1, DVWA. And it says here that DVWA is an awesome virtual machine commonly utilized in training and testing of new tools. This room is unguided and acts purely as a testing environment. So you're also going to see a Start Machine button over here. So what you need to do to interact with the room is you need to do two things. So the first thing is to click on this button over here, the green one that says Start Machine. That's going to start up the DVWA machine for for you, and it's going to see this. You're going to see this target machine information banner over here, and there's going to be an IP address that shows up here in about a minute. It shows an expiry time. This is going to last for about an hour. The second thing you want to do is you want to click on this button right over at the top of the page. It says Start Attack Box. So the attack box is the machine that we're going to be using to actually access this machine that's starting up over here. So after you've clicked on the Start Machine button, I want you to go back up to the top of the page and click on the Start Attack Box button. After you've clicked on it, then you're going to see your web page split into two, and it should say your machine is initializing. So if you've got this split over here and it says your machine is initializing, and you also see the target machine information on the left-hand side of the screen, please type in the chat, "My machines are spinning up." Smiley face. So this is going to take a little bit of time to load. It should be about 2 minutes or so. But waiting around for 2 minutes is sometimes it feels like a really long time. But if you have any questions about anything that we've been talking about today, you can go ahead and type it in the chat, and we can answer some questions while we're waiting. Let's see. Cybernerd Dante on Twitch says, "Thank goodness for OpenVPN." Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If you can also access the machines on TryHackMe with your own machine if you use OpenVPN, but we're not going to be talking about how to do that. It's a bit complicated if you haven't done it before. Okay, so we should be done in about 22 seconds. So just for fun, I've got all of my bird videos. So you can watch this video over here of a bird eating peanuts. This is my favorite bird. It's called a Stellar Jay. It's kind of like a blue jay, but it's a West Coast version. And these guys really love grabbing a bunch of peanuts and then flying away and stashing them away for later. So they kind of hoard food for later, a bit like squirrels or other birds do this as well. It's a behavior called caching. But I think we should be done, so we're just gonna, I think the bird is gonna fly away in just a second or two. It's thinking about it. Okay. All right, so we should be done, and the machine should have finished initializing. So you'll know that the attack box machine is finished initializing because you see this rainbow colored terminal over here. What you need to do is you need to click into it, and you need to hit enter to dismiss the window here. Okay, so this is really squished. If we wanted to actually use this machine to do some hacking, this would not be very ideal. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this attack box machine in its own browser tab. So what we can do is we can go to the center of the screen and then go down, and at the bottom of the screen there's going to be a button called View in Full Screen. It's going to look like two arrows pointing away from each other. Go ahead and click on that. And then a new browser tab should open up with your attack box virtual machine. So the attack box is a virtual machine with a bunch of security tools on it. I don't think we're going to be using any of the security tools today, but we're going to have to use this machine to access the DVWA machine. So after your attack box has been put into its own browser tab, you can go back to the TryHackMe page, and then you can click on this button at the bottom here that's called Exit Split View. And that's going to make the web page one pane again, which means that we're going to be able to see the whole thing. All right, so if you manage to put the attack box in its own browser tab, please let us know by typing in, I don't know, attack on, smiley face. Lunchbox3XL says Ayo to you in Twitch, Lunchbox3XL. All right, we're just doing an exercise over here with the DVWA machine. So if you have your attack box online and in its own browser tab, I want you to open up the Firefox browser in there. So you can just click on either this icon here or this icon here to open up the Firefox browser in the attack box. So while that's loading up, you can also go over to Try Hack Me page, and the Try Hack Me page, under the red target machine information over here, there's going to be an IP address. So the IP address, you want to click on this button over here that says Copy to Clipboard. So go ahead and click on that, and then go back to the attack box. In the Firefox browser, in the attack box, click on the address bar and then paste in the IP address. Okay, it's not letting us do that. So in this case, what you want to do is you want to go over to this side over here, and there's this little side button on the left-hand side of the screen. So click on the side button, and then there's going to be a clipboard button over here. So click on the clipboard button, and then click into the clipboard, and then paste. And that's going to let you paste in the IP address for use in the attack box. It's a bit of a pain, but paste that into the clipboard, and then click on this button over here to minimize the clipboard, and then go over to the Firefox address bar and paste in the IP address. It's a bit of a pain, but go ahead and do that. Okay, so now we see the DVWA login page. So if you manage to get this far and you see the DVWA login page on your attack box, please type in the chat, I see the login. Okay, so user D asks, what do we type in the clipboard? So over at the Try Hack Me page, with the underneath the target machine information, click on the target IP address, click on the Copy to Clipboard button, then go over to the attack box. The side button over here in the middle of the screen, click on that, then click on the clipboard, then paste in the IP address, and then close this clipboard like this. And then you can go over to the Firefox browser inside the attack box, paste in your IP address, and then hit enter. And then you'll see the DVWA login page. Okay, so to log in, you're going to need a username and password. The username is admin, and the password is password. Then click on login. Okay, so everybody, if you're having trouble logging into Try Hack Me, or if you're having any troubles with any of the steps, please let us know where you get stuck, and we'll try to help you out. So after you log into the DVWA app, go down, and at the bottom over here, you're going to see this one little button called DVWA Security. You want to click on that. After you do that, you're going to see that the security level is impossible. So impossible is not the level we're at right now. So what we want to do is we want to scroll down a little bit, and we want to change this from impossible to low. So just click on the word impossible down here, and then select low, and then click on the submit button. And you need to make it so that it says security level is currently low. So if you manage to do that, let us know by typing in low, low, low in chat. Smiley face. So the reason we do this is because we can actually set the level of security on this app. That makes the exercises easier or more difficult. So after that, we're going to go over to this button over here. It's called Command Injection. So there's Home, Instructions, Setup Reset Database, Brute Force, and then Command Injection. We want to click on this one, Command Injection. And we'll know we're on the right page when we see this vulnerability command injection appear in the app. Let me make this a little bigger so we can see what's going on. So what's going on this page? So it says ping a device, enter an IP address. So ping a device, enter an IP address. This indicates to me that what we're doing is doing some command injection, and because what's happening in this app is that it's using the ping command from the for Linux. Well, not just Linux. Windows machines can also do ping. But if we enter an IP address, and if you don't know what IP address we should use, we can actually use the home IP address. So the home IP address is 127.0.0.1. And this basically indicates that we're trying to communicate it with ourselves. So if you click on submit, it's going to give us this Linux ping output over here. This indicates to me that there are OS commands being used by this app. So does anybody remember what method we used to do our own commands on the previous app over at Nadas? We used a certain set of special characters, and then we put our own character in between there. Does anybody remember what those characters were? Okay, so let's see. Cyberner Dante says it was the semicolon and the and the pipe character. So what we did previously was we used the semicolon character, and we also used the hash character. So the hash character is going to comment out anything that's coming after whatever command is being used, and whatever we put in between the semicolon and the hash symbol is the command we're going to run. So in this case, we can run who am I, and then click on submit. And it tells us we are www-data. Okay. So we actually have OS command injection on this because we interrupt the command using the semicolon. We comment out whatever comes after the command with the hash symbol here. And we can actually do whatever OS commands we want on the system. So if we wanted to take a look at the etc password file, then we can actually see all the users on the system. So I think just for fun, let's demonstrate how we can actually get shell access on this machine through OS command injection. So let me demonstrate. So this Firefox browser, what we're going to do is we're going to minimize it. And then we're going to open up a terminal on our attack box. So we can click on this icon here or this icon here. And this is going to open up our Linux terminal. So let me make this nice and big. We see here that we're running as the root user. And what we need to do is we need to set up a listening device. So the listening device is going to catch whatever shell that we're going to receive from the web server. If you don't quite understand what's going on, what we're going to do is we're going to try to log into the vulnerable machine running the app by having it send a connection to our attacking machine. So we need to have a listening connection, and we're going to be using netcat to listen. So we're going to use netcat to set up a listener device on our port 443 on the attacking machine, which is this one right here. So go ahead and give that command. It's nc space dash nlvp space 443. Okay, and then it should say listening on this over here. So on port 443 on the attacking device, the attack box here, we're listening for a connection from the DVWA machine. So back over at the DVWA machine, we can just click on this Firefox web browser button over here. We're going to give our semicolon and our hash over here, but we're also going to give another netcat command to connect back to our attacking box. And let me just grab a command. So this is going to be netcat, and this is what's called a named pipe reverse shell. So you don't necessarily, it's okay if you don't understand what's going on in this command, but just know that we're going to be using this to have our vulnerable DVWA server connect to our attacking machine. So let me paste this into the chat. This is the command right here. If you don't understand what's going on in the command, that's fine. But and you don't necessarily need to do this yourself. But whoops, that's not it. Okay, I'm just going to copy this to my clipboard. Okay. So, but what this command is going to do is it's going to have the this DVWA machine connect to our attacking machine. So I need to provide it with an IP address. My IP address for the attack box is right here. So 10.10.56.1.16. 10.10.56.1.16. And that's going to be on port 443. Okay. So I'm going to give this command, and then I'm going to minimize the Firefox window, and then we see we've received a connection from the other web server. For the web server that's running DVWA, it sent a connection to our attacking machine. If we type who am I, it says that they were the www data user. So what we've done is we've actually broken into the web server by using the OS command injection vulnerability there. So from here, we can go over to the rest of the file system, and we can see all the files on the web server. We can actually go into the web server and see all the files that are being run over here. So this is the contents of the web server directory. There's the DVWA directory. And so this is how bad guys would do it. So they would take the OS command injection vulnerability, and then they would set up their own netcat listener, and then they would have the vulnerable server send them a connection to the vulnerable machine, and then they would be able to take it over from here. But if If you have any questions about what exactly is going on, you can go ahead and put them in the chat. But we're kind of running short on time, so what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up today's lesson, okay? Okay, so let's review the web app hacking concepts we learned in today's workshop. So we learned about OS command injection. So OS command injection is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary OS commands can be performed on a web server through a web interface. OS command injection can often lead to complete compromise of the web server, and if so, the server can be used as a foothold to attack other machines on the network. So in the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool web app hacking workshop, we're going to learn about the SQL database language, which most web apps use for their user account credentials. So we're going to be learning about a database language because we're going to be learning about a very famous vulnerability called SQL injection. And in order to learn about that, we have to actually learn what the database language is itself. But before we go, I'm going to recommend there's a PicoCTF exercise that deals with OS command injection. And let me just get the link for that. Was it here? Okay. So over here, down at the bottom, you should see this session's challenges. Over here, there's the CAAS challenge. I want you to go ahead and try that if you have some extra time. If you're not able to figure it out, you can always watch the YouTube walkthrough that I provided the link for over here. So everybody, thank you very much for coming today. What we're going to do is I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to finish the class over on Zoom. And then we're going to be doing some more hacking exercises in a couple of minutes. But I'm going to send the people on the live stream over to a Be Right Back screen while I finish off the class on Zoom. Okay, everybody? All right, everybody, we're back. Let's see, I think I'm going to change up the music. So let me just start up the new music because we've got about an hour to kill before we do our next HackerFrogs class. So in between here and there, I'm going to do a little hacking walkthrough demonstration on the VulNyx website. So let me start up the music and then let me hook up the music to the stream. So if anybody has any questions about cybersecurity or anything that we've talked about today, go ahead and let us know in the chat. Okay, you should be able to hear the music now, and it's going a little bit too fast, so let me slow it down. That's kind of loud, so I'm going to turn down the music a bit. Okay, so let's get on with our hacking demonstration. So today we're going to be covering a walkthrough for, I think it's called the Zero Machine. Yeah. So the Zero Machine over at VulNyx over here. VulNyx is a website where you can do hacking challenges. What you do is you download the virtual machines and you deploy them to your network, and then you can hack against them. So let me just I've got some slides that also that go along with this challenge. I'm going to need to get that link from GitHub. So this is HackerFrogs. These are the VulNyx walkthroughs, and we're looking at the Zero Machine over here. Okay. All right, so in order to do these hacking exercises, the first thing I need to do is I need to start up the virtual machine that's associated with them. So let's see. So I've got my VirtualBox. I've got my VirtualBox over here, and I'm going to start up the Zero Machine now. And you see it's starting up over here. What I need to get from here is an IP address, because I need to know what IP address I need to scan to do this walkthrough. Okay, so it says here that the Zero Machine is working at IP address 10.0.2.60, so that's the IP address I'm going to be scanning. Okay, so okay, so I think we're ready to start. One more time. This is a guided walkthrough for the VulNyx Zero Machine, and let's start. So everybody, the first thing I like to do when I do these hacking walkthroughs is I like to do a scan. So the scan is going to be using Nmap, and Nmap is a program that can be used to determine what open ports there are on a particular server out on the network. So the Nmap scan is going to use these arguments over here. So there's -p- to scan against all ports, -vv for very verbose output, which is going to return before the scan actually finishes, -t4, which means that it's going to run fast but not too fast, and I'm going to run common scripts against whatever services we find with the -S_C, and versioning information with the -S_V over here. So when we run the scan, we see that there are 2 ports open on the machine. We see that there is port 22 and port 80. And if we take a look at the Nmap output over here, we see that port 22 is running OpenSSH version 8.4, and port 80 is running an Apache web server with version 2.4.56. So these are both relatively up-to-date versions, so we're not going to be able to exploit that software directly. I think I missed somebody following on Twitch. So let's see. Thank you very much for following Shadow Figment on Twitch, and what we're going to do is we're going to do a video redeem. We're going to redeem the Hack the Planet video redeem.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so yeah, the video redeems we do for fun every once in a while. They're just a little distraction, and it looks like we've got some ads coming in. So we're going to wait. We're gonna wait about a minute or so for the ads to stop on Twitch before we keep on before we get going. But in the meantime, let me show you some more birds. Let's see. So this is from my bird feeder over here. These are some more of the birds that come over to eat at the bird feeder. I set up a camera just so I could watch these guys. They're great. I guess if you're watching ads right now, you can't tell us, but there might be ads going on right now. So this is that bird right there. So this little bird right here is called a dark-eyed junco bird, and they're little birds that fly in. Oh, the ad is in progress now, so it's going to be about a minute and a half. I'm going to. So this dark-eyed junco birds, these guys come around in the winter, at the end of the fall, anyways. And they usually stick around for a few months, and then they fly back in the spring. But what else is going on? I just need to wait a little bit for everybody from Twitch to come back from their ad break. So this is a house sparrow. That's a female house sparrow. You can tell it's a female because it doesn't have the black bib or the black markings on its head. These guys there are usually a lot of these guys coming around to the bird feeder these days. Let's see if there are any other birds in this little clip. So the ad should be ending in about 30 seconds, so we'll keep on going after about 30 seconds is done. Let's see what else is going on. This guy sticks around for a while, and then the Stellar Jay comes back. So these guys are great. Get all the peanuts. All right, so that's enough. I guess everybody's back from break. Thank you very much for watching the ads. They're mandatory on Twitch, unfortunately. If I could run my channel without the ads, I would, but unfortunately, it is what it is. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to. Oh, there was another port. I didn't see that port. Okay, so we also have port 8080. So port 8080 is reportedly a PHP CLI server with version 5.5. So I'm actually not very familiar with PHP CLI, but what we can do is we can run a little scan on it to figure out what's going on. So the scanner I'm going to use is called Nikto, and Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner. The vulnerability scanner is going to scan the web server that on this particular port and try to figure out if there's anything insecure that's going on there. It usually comes back pretty fast, but then again, I'm running it with some extra arguments. One interesting detail that comes back immediately is that the web server software is kind of unusual. So it's reporting this right here, PHP 8.1 dev. So this strikes me as strange. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that version, copy this output, and then I'm going to go to another tab, and I'm going to search and see if there's any known exploits for this version of PHP. So I'm going to do that with I'm going to enter my temp directory. I'm going to run searchsploit, and searchsploit is a search tool that's connected to exploit.db, which is a website with a lot of different exploits for different software versions. So I'm going to see if this version of PHP has an exploit available for it. Okay, so we see here that there is an exploit associated with this version of PHP, and it's called user agent remote code execution. So remote code execution is a very big deal. It basically means that we can run whatever commands we want on this particular web server, and we have this exploit over here, which we can actually copy over to our own directory. So we're going to do that by running searchsploit with the m command, which is going to copy over whatever exploit number that we specify. So it's going to be 39933. It tells us the name of the exploit, and then it's going to show us the file location over here. So we've got this exploit right here. What we want to do is we want to examine it. So this is a Python script. So we're just going to open it up in Nano. So we can read all about it here. So it is PHP 8.1.0 dev, user agent remote code execution. And it says here it's an early release of PHP. The PHP 8.1.0 dev version was released with a backdoor on March 28, 2021. But the backdoor was quickly discovered. The following exploit uses the backdoor to provide a pseudo shell on the host. Okay, so we've got our exploit code over here. This is Python 3. It's importing the OS, the RE, and the requests modules. These are very common. And we see what the exploit script is doing is it's actually sending a special user agent HTTP header with this over here, and then we supply a command to be run along with it. So that's how it works. What we're going to do is we're going to exit out of the script, exit out of Nano rather, and then we're going to try running the script. So I'm going to do python 4993.py. It's going to ask us to enter the full host URL. So the host URL in this case is going to be HTTP 10.02.60, I think it is. Let me look that up really quick. So 10.02.60, right? Okay. And this is going to be port 8080. Okay. So after we've sent this, we actually get an interactive shell opened on the vulnerable web server. So we've got a web shell basically. New ls. We see index.php. Okay. If we ask who we are with the whoami command, it says we're root. So this is actually a big win. We would think it would be a really big win for us, but let me explain what's actually going on here. Okay, so what we're talking about today is we're talking about Docker container pen testing. So what is Docker? Docker is a software that is used to deploy lightweight containers which contain everything required to run specific pieces of software. Docker containers can be used to run web servers, and if a user is able to get CLI access to a Docker web server, there are a number of ways to break out of the container. And escaping the container environment and getting access to the Docker host is commonly known as a Docker escape. After gaining access to the web server via the PHP exploit, we find that we're running as the root user, but we shouldn't get too excited because we're in a Docker container. The first big indicator that we're in a Docker container is the presence of a .docker env file in the top level directory. So we see here that there is the presence of this file in the top level directory. And the second big indicator is that there are no processes running on the system. Docker containers often have very few running processes. So let's confirm that. So over here, if we do ls/la on the top level directory, we see that there's this docker.docker env file. So this is an indication that we're operating inside of a Docker container. So we can also run this command, ps aux, to see all of the running processes on the system. And because we're the root user, there should be no processes hidden from us. When we run this command, there are no running processes. So these two indicators tell us that we're working inside of a Docker container environment. So in this container, our escape method is finding an open.bash history file in the root directory. So usually the .bash history file contains a history of all of the bash commands, all of the command history that has been run by that particular user, in this case the root user. So the file's contents include credentials, so we can log into the server directly as the Liam user using SSH. So when we look at the contents of the .bash history file, we see that it's run this command over here, ssh pass, with this password over here as the user Liam. So this is a username and a password. It's a set of credentials, and we're going to use these credentials to break into the server more directly than the Docker container. We actually can't break out of this Docker container. It's the settings don't let us do that, but because there are these credentials lying around, we can escape that way. So let's do that. So it is in the root directory. There's the bash history file over here, and let's read that. So ls/la, sorry, this is going to be cat /root/.bash_history. And we've got these credentials right here as the Liam user. So we're just going to copy the password over here, and then in another shell, another tab rather, we're going to log in as the Liam user to the web server. It's going to ask us for the password. We just copied it, so we're just going to paste. And now we're in. So we're actually in. So this is our legit SSH shell. And let me just put on my voice changer, because we like to put on our scary hacker voice when we break into web servers.
Hey everybody, this is my scary hacker voice. This is the voice we use when we break into web servers. We like to put on the scary hacker voice and say, "We're in."
And then we switch back to our normal voice. Okay. Catastrophe says, hello Catastrophe, how are you doing? And we just broke into a web server. Well, it's Ronan says, hack the planet indeed. And let's do a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we've just broken into the web server over here. The first thing I like to do after getting initial access on a box using SSH or any other service is I like to run the sudo-l command to figure out if our current user can run any sudo commands. So sudo commands are commands run with elevated privileges. It says over here that user Liam may run the following commands on 0. So 0 is the name of the box. as root with no password, you can use the user bin wine program. So is anybody here familiar with the wine program? If you're not, we're going to be explaining what the wine program does in just a second. So this is how we're doing privilege escalation on this machine. So we can use the wine program with sudo, and what wine is a Linux Unix program which is used to run Windows programs on a Linux Unix system. So basically, if you've got some Windows program that you really want to run inside of your Linux environment, you can use the wine program to do that. So if we can run sudo with the wine command, then we can open a Windows shell with root access using the command illustrated above. So we run sudo with wine, and then we open up a command terminal. So the only problem with this is that we have to use Windows terminal commands in this shell. So for example, we have to use the dir command instead of ls, we have to use the type command instead of cat, etc. So let's demonstrate that. So it's going to be sudo wine cmd. So it says, looks like wine32 is missing, you should install it. But we also get this prompt over here. So this is a Windows prompt, Windows terminal prompt. We can tell from the backslashes instead of slashes. So if we ask who am I, it says we're 0 root. So we can run this fun redeem as well.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So okay, because we're the root user, we can basically access anything we want on the system. So we can use the cd command and just go to the root directory, and then we're in the root directory. So this shell is a little bit wonky. Can't use the ls command, we have to use the dir command. Okay, so we see here that there's the root.txt file that we need to read to finish the exercise, but we're actually not going to read this in the traditional way, because we want to respect the wishes of the VulNyx organizers who don't want their machines to have their flags read in video walkthroughs or write-ups on their machines. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the type command to read the file, but we're going to redirect the output of the file into a file called iReadRoot.txt. And when we do that, we see that iReadRoot.txt is in the folder, and it's the same size as the root.txt file, so we've basically finished the exercise by quote-unquote reading the file and redirecting it to another file over here. Okay, and with that, we're done. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching this walkthrough for the Zero machine over at VulNyx, and we'll see you next time. But we're not ending the stream because I'm just saying that for the YouTube video I'm going to be making later. So everybody can say hi, YouTube, because maybe you'll be on YouTube. Anyways, let me delete this file. Hi YouTube, says Catastrophe. Catastrophe, how are you doing? I can't remember. Are you working in the cybersecurity field right now, or are you doing are you a student? I don't quite remember. I know that you've been here before. All right, so man, I think it's the del command inside of Windows terminals. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I'm just gonna get out of here. And we've got about 30 minutes before we have to do the next challenge. So I think we might do some more free hacking against another target. But what is that other target gonna be? Catastrophe says, I'm a programmer, but I have interest in cybersecurity. Frequent DEF CON human. All right. Well, I mean, your user profile pic certainly identifies you as a DEF CON type person. Let me start up another challenge from the VulNyx website for us to hack against. Let's see what I have. So we've got You know what? I might have to download a new machine because I think I've solved the other ones in my virtual machine list. Okay, so VulNyx, let's grab another machine. Let's look at the easy level challenges. Okay, I think I've done up until external over here. So I need to download this file. I need to download this file off screen. So everybody, you might have to wait for a couple minutes for me to download and deploy the machine. In the meantime, let's watch some more bird videos. So let's see. Here's another one. There you go. There's the bird with the broken foot. I just need to download this on another screen. This one was called Deploy. This one is called External. Okay, I'm just going to download that right now. And Cybernerd Dante, can you remind me what you are you a student or are you working in cybersecurity right now? Some Dog Eggs on Twitch says, "What kind of cyber crime are we up to here, lads?" We don't do cybercrime here. We do cybersecurity education. But thank you very much for chatting in here, Some Dog Eggs. Cybernerd Dante says, "I'm trying to break into the field, just self-learning and putting labs on my resume." That's great. You can definitely put a bunch of write-ups for these machines, and it's going to help you. It's going to help you out by showing people that you're completing exercises and stuff. Some Dog Egg says, "Cyber birds, I love them already." Yeah, we're just waiting for a little bit because I'm downloading the next challenge for that I'm going to be hacking against. Ronan says, "I think I have problems commenting on Twitch." Oh, really? I'm sorry to hear that, Ronan, but you can always comment on YouTube, and all of the messages are relayed over to Twitch, so you all can see each other's messages, or at least you should be able to. Okay, so I just downloaded the file. I need to unzip it and deploy it. Let's see. Some Dog Egg says that they can see the messages from YouTube. So yeah, if you want to chat with each other, that's definitely an option as well. Okay, so I just need to copy the machine over to. Sorry if this is taking a little bit, but at least the birds are entertaining. And then I need to deploy it to my VirtualBox. So let me just do that. It's so fun to do it all live like this. Okay, so this is virtual machines, VulNyx. External. You didn't notice this is the bird with the broken leg? Let's see, Ronan says YouTube a bit delayed, so I need to open both. Huh, I didn't know that YouTube was delayed. I need to fix that. Okay, so the machine is almost ready to be deployed. I just need to do a couple of adjustments to the settings. Okay, I think let's shut down the bird video. And this is the new challenge we're doing. This is the external machine. It's just firing up over here. Yeah, I really need to, man, I keep on, I really need to get into the YouTube settings to see if I can get the latency on my YouTube streams to be lower. So the external machine is at 10.02.62, so let's start scanning. Okay. So, as usual, we're going to run nmap. The IP address is 10.02.61. Okay. Oh, it didn't go through? Oh, it's 62, not 61. My bad. It's 62. Catastrophe says that the music reminds me of Mass Effect. This is the Mass Effect soundtrack. So luckily, the Mass Effect soundtrack for some reason doesn't get me flagged, so we can enjoy this music while we're doing our hacking. Okay, so we've got, it looks like we have a database. We've got 80, we've got 22, we have 80. We also have 3306, which is MySQL. So we might have to interact with the database to break into the system. It's MySQL 5.5.5. Okay, so we've got a version over here. So we might be able to find an exploit. Let's see. Some dog egg says, interesting, not a Nikto to kick things off, more staged, huh? Well, first I do nmap. And then whatever comes up there, I'm going to search and see if there's some sort of vulnerability with this version of MySQL first. If there isn't, then I'll do my regular web app vulnerability scanning over here. Ronan says, I think the delay exists on YouTube streams in general, not only you. I think there is a setting that gets the latency down by a significant amount, but I need to go into the settings and figure out what's going on. So I'm going to do search exploit, and I'm going to look for this version of MySQL. Okay, so there is. Wait, is this the same version? So it's 5.5.1. Let me get that version one more time. And let me compare it. So this might not be the same version. Yeah, it doesn't look like the same version. So 5.5.5.10. Yeah, that's not the right version of MySQL. So okay, let's run a Nikto scan. So Nikto, to see if we can find any low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities. So Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner, and we're going to see if we can find any low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities on the web port, which is port 80. In the meantime, we're also going to run derb, which is a very quick web app directory busting tool, and we're going to see if there's anything super suspicious there. So there's nothing super suspicious there, which means we're going to run another tool, and the third tool that we're going to run is GoBuster. So we're going to go run GoBuster in directory busting mode. Let me just get rid of all this. We're going to run it in directory busting mode, and we're going to see if we can find anything juicy on this on the web server. So this is 10.02.62, and we're going to scan for all of these different extensions here. Each one of these extensions is going to increase the duration of the scan by 100%, which means I think we're looking at 1,000% more more scan time, but maybe it might be worth it just to see if we can find any of these file extensions on the web server. Okay, so it doesn't look like we found anything with Nikto. Nikto was only able to figure out, yeah, not very much over here. So we could try scanning the web app manually. So we're just going to go over to (10.02.62) and see what's going on over here. The URL not found. This should be... Is there nothing here? I think we found index.html. So index.html was not found. That's weird. So it's just a 404. Let me double check my my IP address. 10.02.62. Yeah, there's nothing here. Okay, let's see what the so the Dirbuster was able to find index.html, but it's reportedly nothing's there. Let me try curl with very verbose, and we'll try accessing the index.html file endpoint. Okay. This is odd, but we actually got some. We got something from the curl request. So sometimes it really pays to use curl and manually look at the server response. So in this case, the requested URL was not found in the server, but at the bottom over here, there's this pending tasks over here. It says configure DNS ext.nyx. So the reason we're not seeing anything is probably because we need to set up our domains in our host file. So ext.nyx is the domain that we're looking for. So I'm just going to edit my etc host file to include this over here, ext.nyx. Okay. So ext.nyx, I'm just going to get rid of this previous entry over here. And then I'm going to set 10.02.62, and that's going to be ext.nyx. Okay, so now that the domain has been set up, we should be able to get some better results. So I'm going to go to ext.nyx, and we're still not resolved. Okay, so we still can't see anything. Cybernerd Dante says, I love virtual hosts, it's fun to enumerate them. Yeah, they can be fun to enumerate. Let me check and see if DNS is available on this target. So nmap. Let's see if I don't need to run scripts, but there's no DNS on the target, so I can't run any of my DNS tools. But I can do subdomain enumeration with GoBuster. So I can do GoBuster. Where was I doing it? I was doing it in this tab, I think. Yeah. So GoBuster's still working here. I think I'm going to run another GoBuster. And this one's going to be GoBuster in vhost mode. And the extension is going, the domain is going to be ext.nyx, which is what was indicated. It didn't find anything. So we weren't able to find anything in the subdomain. That's strange. So okay. So there was the MySQL. I guess we could hit up the MySQL service next. But it's so weird that we weren't able to do any subdomain enumeration. Maybe I should try a little harder. And we can run another GoBuster scan, but we can resolve the host ext.nyx. Okay. I'm going to try the subdomain enumeration with another tool. And the other tool is going to be FFUF, fuzz faster you fool. Oh, I need to continue my music. Okay. Let's try this. This might be a little bit better. It looks like we aren't finding anything. But I'll just sit around for a few more moments to finish off the scan. Nothing here so far. Okay, so let's try and see if we can log into MySQL without a password. So I don't remember what the commands are for MySQL, so I'm going to look them up on Hacktricks. If anybody doesn't know, Hacktricks is a great little website for figuring out all sorts of hacking stuff. And I'm going to search for port 3306, which is pentesting MySQL. What do we got? Okay, so let's see. Default port, connecting to it remotely. Okay, so MySQL-H user this. Okay, let's try this. So I think it was called ext.nyx. Access denied for user root at this, using password no. So I think I might need to provide a password before I'm able to interact with the MySQL service. Let's take a look at what's going on with the other scans. So we weren't able to find any subdomains using FFUF. And we haven't found anything using directory busting so far either. Okay, so let's look at the Hacktricks again. MySQL external enumeration. Some of the enumeration actions require valid credentials. So we could run some nmap scripts. So let's try running these nmap scripts over here. Oh, there's also the option of brute force. Okay, let's try the nmap scripts. So over here, let's just grab all these nmap scripts and copy that. Oh, we've got about 10 minutes left to go before we have to stop. Okay, so this is ext.nyx. Let's see if any of these scripts come back with some good information. Whoa! Root empty is valid credentials? That can't be right. Could that be right? Alright, so let's try running MySQL u root, and then for the password we're going to provide an empty string. Access denied for user using password no. But it said empty was valid. Perform 10 guesses in 1 second. Script execution failed. I wonder... Test empty was valid credentials. So let's try guessed. Access denied. So I guess this this script over here didn't do a very good job. Alright, FFUF didn't work. Let's see, GoBuster. Let's try CyberShell from Twitch. Thank you very much for the message. Very supportive. Thank you very much. And let's do a fun redeem. This is from South Park.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You got it.
Hack.
You got it.
Hack.
You did.
Have a great day.
I hope you're having a great day, CyberShell. Okay, so let's go over to ext.nix with curl and see what's going on. Configure DNS ext.nix. Otherwise, there's nothing else here. Okay, so I'm quickly running out of things to do, which is fine because I need to start my class in about 7 minutes anyways, but it would be nice to be able to get some sort of clue as to what needs to be done here. I need to keep on enumerating the MySQL port. So I guess we could use some other enumeration scripts. So for example, there's this there are a bunch of different MFS console modules over here. MySQL version, MySQL auth bypass hash dump, MySQL hash dump, MySQL enum, MySQL schema dump, MySQL startup. So what else is here? MySQL permissions enumeration, MySQL file RCE. Okay, so I think I'm going to try some of these Metasploit framework modules. Maybe the MySQL enum. Some of the enumeration actions require valid credentials. Maybe I can skip some of the ones that require valid credentials then. Okay. So anyways, let's start up our Metasploit. Metasploit framework console. So if anybody's interested in learning more about SQL injection, our next class that's starting in about 5 minutes is going to be about SQL injection. Hey, here's Clippy. What's Clippy saying? It says, it looks like you're trying to run a module. That's correct. Thanks, Clippy. Okay, so let's use that one module for MySQL auth bypass hash dump. Let's see if it actually works. Let's take a look at what this is all about. Show info. says that this module exploits a password bypass vulnerability in MySQL in order to extract the usernames and encrypted hashword passes from the MySQL server. These hashes are stored as loot for later cracking. Well, we can give it a go. So we need to supply an R host. Okay. Set R host ext.nyx. Oh, it's our host. Set our hosts ext.nyx. Okay, and I don't think we have any other options we need to set. Okay, so let's run the exploit. Well, I guess, do you call this an exploit? The server allows logins proceeding with bypass test. Authentication bypass, is this working? Is this really working? Okay. Sometimes I'm really surprised that this stuff, when it works, it's amazing. Authentication bypass is 70-80% complete. It appears to be thinking. Yep, looks like it. Unable to bypass authentication, this target may not be vulnerable. Okay, so the server allows logins, but the bypass didn't work. Okay, so we can try something else. So there's also the MySQL version. Well, I think we know what version of MySQL is being used, but just for fun, we can run this module as well. Okay, so let's show info. So let's see. Basic options. I don't know what this is talking. Used when connection via an existing session. Cybernerd Dante asks, was there anything in the page source on index.html? We weren't able to find anything. Let's try it from ext.nyx. Oh, it was down here. Interesting. This was just where Telnet hosts 3306 might give you the version. Yeah, that's true. That's true as well. Let's try that real quick. Netcat ext.nyx 3306. Yeah. So this is the version that's being reported over here. You know what? Maybe I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to do a quick Google search to see if there's anything on Google for this version. Does this qualify? What version of this? 5.5x, 5.6x, 5.7x. This is a local exploit, though, I think. Okay, oh man, I've lost track of time. Okay, I need to start my lesson. So everybody, if you're here for the web app hacking HackerFrogs session, please type web app hack in the chat with some smiley faces if you prefer, because we need to start our class. Okay, So I'll just leave this running and let's start the class. This is HackerFrogs AfterSchool, and this is session number 7. Okay, I need to get our This is session number 7. Okay, I got that already. I need to get my session notes. Okay, so let's start. Okay, everybody, let's stop the music so we can concentrate on the class. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool, and we're doing web app hacking. This is session number 7 of 8. There's only one more session to go after this. And we're doing SQL injection with Try Hack Me today. So what did we learn in the previous workshop? This is the 7th intro to web app hacking. And in the previous workshop, we learned about the following web app hacking concepts. We learned about SQL injection. SQL injection vulnerabilities can lead to severe data exposure, admin account takeover, web server takeover, and more. We learned about in-band SQL injection. In-band SQL injection is SQL injection where the result of the injected query can be seen in the output of the web app. It is considered to be the easiest type of SQL injection to exploit. We also learned about error-based SQL injection. Error-based SQL injection is a type of in-band SQL injection where error messages from the database software are returned to the web app interface. So you see here, if we're able to cause some sort of SQL error by providing user input, then we can see an error message. We also learned about union-based SQL injection, and this is a type of SQL injection that uses SQL union operators with the select statement in order to output additional database information from the web app. So if we're able to run a successful union select payload, then we can get other information from the database to be included in the output. And we learned about blind SQL injection. Blind SQL injection is SQL injection where the error messages resulting from improper SQL queries has been disabled, but the requests are going through nonetheless. So basically, the SQL payloads are getting through, but we don't have any feedback from the system to tell us whether or not they're successful. We learned about a specific type of blind SQL injection, which is called the authentication bypass. So it says authorization here. That's a typo. It's supposed to be authentication. This bypass is a type of blind SQL injection where insecurely written code allows the login of a user to a web app without the use of the proper username or password. The most basic auth bypass SQL command is illustrated by the SQL command shown above. Note that there is a space present in the command after the double dashes. So if we've got So basically, if you're able to give this, well, I don't want to call it a magic payload, but basically, if there are insecure SQL query statements on the login form, then you might be able to use this payload to get into the system. So we can actually demonstrate over at the OWASP Juice Shop, and the OWASP Juice Shop, man, why is it like this? Let me reload this page. So if you want to take a look at the OWASP Juice Shop yourself, you can do so at the following page. It's basically an app with a bunch of web app vulnerabilities built into it, and you can actually use it to learn more about specific types of exploits. So we're talking about SQL login injection, and we can actually access the login page from the top bar over here. You just click on the account button, and then you click on the login button over here. So the login page over here is vulnerable to the authorization bypass. So you can just, under the email over here that you would normally do for your login, you can do quote, single quote, space, or space, 1 equals 1, space, dash, dash, space, and this is the magic. Let's not, okay, maybe we shouldn't call it magic. Anyways, it's the authorization bypass payload. So for the password, we can put in anything, then we click on login. And when we click on our account button again, it says we're logged in as the admin user for the juice shop. So this is an instance we're able to log in as the very first user on the system, which is usually the admin user. But anyways, we were just doing a summary. So we're going to practice using the Try Hack Me module at the following URL, and it's going to be https:/r/room/dvwa. So I think there might be a problem for me because I only have I have a free account. Actually, I think I've got a couple of free accounts. I might need to log in as another account to do this exercise with everybody. But let's get the link for the CWTV for the room. This is the room right here. Okay, so the first thing you need to do is you need to log into tryhackme.com. So I think I might be logged in. Yeah, I'm already logged in, but unfortunately I can't use my. We have to use the attack box with this challenge. So I need to log in as another account. So I'm just going to log out, and then I'm going to log in with another account. Let me get my credentials. So I think this email for me is going to be theshyhat@gmail.com. My password is this. I'm not a robot. Thank you. Log in. Okay, so let me go over to the DVWA room. Okay. So we are now in the DVWA room, and we can start up the machine. So in order to access the challenge, what we need to do is we need to do two things. The first thing we need to do is we need to, well, first of all, we need to join the room. So I'll illustrate that. So I'm just going to leave the room, and then we're going to go back to the room. So there's a green button over here that you need to click on before you can access the challenge. So go ahead and click on that Join Room button. And then you're going to have to start up two machines. The first machine is going to be the DVWA machine, which you can do by clicking on the Start Machine button here. And the second machine we're going to start up is the attack box. So at the top of the web page, underneath the DVWA icon over here, there should be a link over here called Start Attack Box. You're going to need to click on that, and that's going to start the attack box virtual machine that we're going to be using to interact with the vulnerable server that is starting up over here, the DVWA machine. So we just need to wait for a couple of minutes for this to all initialize. If anybody here is already familiar with SQL injection, please type it. Please let us know in the chat. If you have more you'd like to learn about SQL injection, also please let us know. It looks like we have another ad coming in for Twitch. I guess that it's a good time because we're just waiting around for these virtual machines to start up. Okay. But for the people who can't see ads, I'm just going to put on some more bird videos. Where's a good one? This is a good one. So these sparrows, I don't know what's going on with them. There's this one sparrow who's just hogging all the food over here and isn't letting anybody else get in. Cybernerd Dante says, I'm familiar with the Union Select star from users. Oh, okay. Is that another bypass payload? Cybershell says, if you get paid for those ads, I'll gladly watch. I get paid. I get paid per user, and the per user rate is not very high. Catastrophe says, I know of SQL injection, and I've seen people try and hack my machines. I've never tried it. Oh, okay. So we're going to be going over some methodology of how to hack SQL. But yeah, if you've worked with web apps, then you should be aware of SQL injection, at least in theory, because although modern programming frameworks make SQL injection kind of unlikely, it's still something that you see from time to time. Anyways, there's a 1.5-minute ad going on right now. But for the people who don't need to watch the ad, you can watch this greedy sparrow over here hog all the food. It looks like some people have ad blockers. Senator Dante says, I actually found a blog on the Bug Bounties program a while back that used SQL commands in the URL. It was so strange. Too bad it was out of scope. SQL commands in the URL. That's not super uncommon. I guess if the URL contains like URL parameters and the SQL system is using those parameters to for input, then that could certainly be the case. But let's see, the ads are going to end in about 20 seconds. It's funny how these tiny birds are just so vicious with each other. Okay, so we should be coming back from ads right about now. So that's a good time because our attack box is finished initializing. I'm just going to hit enter to dismiss the message here. So you want to click into the terminal and hit enter to dismiss it. So we want our attacking machine to be in its own browser tab. So what you want to do is you want to go over to the center of the split screen over here and click on this button over here that looks like two arrows pointing away from each other. It's labeled view in full screen. Go ahead and click on that. And that's going to put this attack box machine in its own browser tab. So that's what we want. After that, go back to your Try Hack Me page and close out this view by clicking on this button here called Exit Split View. So it's down at the bottom over here, and then you're going to get your web page back. So in the full view. So the last thing you want to do is you want to copy the target IP address. So target machine information, this banner here. There's a target IP address here. Just click on this button to copy the IP address to your clipboard. Then go to the attack box and open up the web browser. So in the attack box, open up your Firefox web browser. It should take a moment or two. Then in the URL address bar for the Firefox web browser, paste in, oh, it doesn't let you do that. Okay, then go over to this button over here to show this control bar. There's this little button here. When you click on the button, you should see a clipboard icon. Click on it. Click into the clipboard field, then paste in the IP address. After you've done that, click on this button again. Then in your Firefox browser, paste in the IP address and hit enter. Okay, it says here DVWA. This is the login page for the app that we want to access. The username and the password is admin and password. So after you've put in the credentials, click on login and you should be in. Okay, so everybody, if you're following along, please type, if you're following along and you manage to log into the DVWA app, please type in the chat, I'm in DVWA, smiley face. If for some reason you're having technical difficulties, you can also let us know in the chat and we'll try to help you out. So if you're here and you're logged in, then you can go ahead and go down to the bottom of this menu over here. At the bottom of the menu, there's a button labeled DVWA Security. So there's going to be logout at the bottom, about PHP info, and then DVWA Security. Go ahead and click on that. And then you're going to see the security level is currently impossible. We want to change this. So impossible means that the apps aren't actually vulnerable to anything. So what we need to do is we need to go down to this menu here, click on impossible, and then select low. So that's going to set the difficulty level of the challenge to low. Then click on submit. So make sure that the security level is currently set to low, and then we can start the challenge. So the challenge is going to be over at SQL injection. So there's a bunch of different web app vulnerabilities we can test against here, but we want the regular SQL injection, not the blind SQL injection. So the regular one, just click on that, and we should see this over here. It reads vulnerability SQL injection. So the first thing we can do is we can actually try to break the SQL statement by either providing a single quote and then click submit. Okay, so if you submit the single quote over here, then we see an error in a SQL error. You have an error in SQL syntax. Check the manual that corresponds to your MySQL server version for the right syntax to use. Okay, so one important piece of information is we need to get the database type. So in this case, the software being used to run the server is MySQL. We need to keep this in mind for later when we're doing our enumeration. Okay, so from here, we're just going to go back. And we need to figure out a valid response. So the valid response, we're looking for user ID. Let's just try the number 1. Submit that. So we get the ID over here. ID, first name, surname, and this is for the admin. So we're going to try to get extra information from the database by using a union select. So the union select we're going to do is going to be 1, and then we're going to finish the statement here, and then we're going to try to union select, And then we're going to try to select a number of columns. After the number of columns, we're going to comment out everything else with these double dashes. And we need to guess the number of columns. So judging from what is here, 1, 2, 3, I'm going to guess that there are 3 columns. So we're just, after the union select, we're going to select 3 of these columns. We're going to do null, comma, null, comma, null, space. So this is going to try to get a union select statement going with 3 columns. Because the reason we need to supply 3 columns, or we need to supply a number of columns, is because union selects only work if you supply the same number of columns as the original query. And in this case, we think that the original query is sending 3 columns. So we can just click on submit, and it says the used select statements have a different number of columns. So it's not 3 columns. It might be 4 columns. It might be 2 columns. We need to find out. So we need to go back, and we'll try supplying a 4th column. Okay, so we got 4 columns here, and click submit. It still says a different number of columns. So we might be dealing with 2 columns. So we're going to go back, and we're going to get rid of 2 of these columns. Okay, and then try submitting that again. Okay, so this is the correct thing. So we see here we've got our usual output over here, admin admin, but we also have our union select. So our union select is null null, which means that there are 2 columns in this payload. So the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out the name of the database. So after we've figured out how many columns are in this union select, we need to figure out the name of the database. So it's going to be let me get this payload here. So if anybody's interested, this is the payload we use. I'm going to provide that in chat. So this time, what we're going to do is we're going to replace the second null with the database function. So the database function in MySQL is going to return the name of the database. And when we submit this, oh, maybe that's not the it's not the database function. Okay, let's go back. Let me take a look at my notes. So we've got all the notes for this particular exercise in this GitHub file, and I'm going to provide the link to that in the chat. Oh, it's a version, okay. No, it should be database. Select union null database. Okay. Let's go back to the web app. Oh, you know what? I think it didn't go through because I forgot to put the space after the double dashes. So this is actually important when you're commenting stuff out. You need to provide a space after the 2 double dashes. Yeah, okay. So it works. It works now that we provided the space. So the reason we need to know the database software being used is because these different softwares, these different pieces of software all use different functions and different methods of retrieving information like the database name. So in this case, the DVWA is the name of the database. And after we know the name of the database, we can use that in our next command, which is going to get the name of the tables in the database. So just as a refresher, I'm going to look at my notes. So we see the ID name of the current database, and then we use this payload right here. Union select null And instead of database, this time it's table from information underscore schema tables, where table schema equals DVWA. So we can use this payload. Oh, it didn't copy. Oh, it didn't copy because, okay. I need to go back to the clipboard here, and I need to paste in the, so if you're wondering why the you're not able to paste into your attack box, sometimes you have to use the clipboard button over here. It's kind of annoying, but that's the way you have to do it if you want to copy and paste. Okay, so paste in here. This is going to get us the name of the tables. So click on submit. So we see here that there are two different tables in here. There's the guest book and there's the users. So the guest book we don't really want to pay attention to. Users is the table we want to access, because the users table is usually going to have usernames and passwords. So we're going to do the following payload, and that is this one right here. Oh, for some reason, okay, we're actually going to skip the guest book one, and we're just going to get the tables for the users. So this is number 7. Let me copy this. Okay, so back here, it looks like we're going to have to paste into the clipboard here. Paste this in. Okay, so what is this payload? So it's union select null, and then column name from information schema.columns, where table schema equals DVWA and table name equals users. So we're doing this iteratively. First we get the database name and then the table names, and then after we get the table names we can get the column names. So we get the column names here, and the column names are user ID, first name, last name, user, password, avatar, last login. Okay, so after we figure out if we want to get any of the columns from this particular table, we can output all the columns in a much simpler way. So it's going to be single quote union select null, and then oh, you know what? We have 2 columns. So we have 2 columns we can work with here, because the union select lets us use 2 columns. It's going to be, I think it's going to be user, comma, password. So this is going to let us user, comma, password, space, dash, dash, space. And this is going to get us the users and passwords inside of user, password, from, space, I think it's users. Okay, so this is the one I'm using over here. So I think this should go through. If it doesn't, I'm going to have to adjust it. Okay, so we've got the username and the password hashes. So this is actually a good sign of good security, because the passwords are not in plain text. Instead, these are probably hashed using MD5. If you've got a file hash like this and you suspect it might be a very common password, you can actually copy this and take it to a website like HackingStation. So crackstation.net is a website where we can insert hashes, and it might give us the plaintext version of those hashes. So we're going to paste this in, and then we're going to pass our check where we have to identify traffic lights. Okay. After we've pasted in the password, we can click on crack hashes. And this is actually a cracked hash. So the result is password and tells us the type, which is MD5. And the fact that the system is using MD5 as its patching method tells you that the app is probably really old, because MD5 is no longer an accepted form of hashing for passwords. So we've got password. This is actually the account we're using right now. So over on this DVWA app, we logged in as the admin user using admin and password. So once again, we were able to crack the hash for the password with admin over here. But we actually have a couple of other users. So we've got Gordon B, and maybe Gordon B's password hash can be cracked. So we're going to copy this and try this out over at HackingStation as well. So HackingStation, we're going to paste this in. We're not a robot. Crack the hashes. Okay, so this is another easy password. So the password for this user is ABC123. So we can actually try logging in as Gordon B with the stolen password. So back over here, we're going to log out. We're going to log out. And then we're going to log in as Gordon B. And we're going to provide the password we just stole, which is ABC123. Click on Login. And now we're logged in with these stolen credentials. So let's see. Down here, it says username is Gordon B, security level low. Okay, great. All right, so let's finish one more. Let's finish one more exercise. So we just went through how to do union select SQL injection using iteration. So I think I've written a little guide over at my GitHub. So let me grab that. So this guide is called Beginner SQL Injection. So union select injection, and I'll provide the link to that in the chat over here. So the guide over here, this is not super complicated, but it talks about how to do union select injection, and there are a bunch of different steps. So the first thing we need to do is we need to identify the injection point. So sometimes it's just going to be sometimes it's going to be in a user field, in a web page user field. Sometimes it's going to be in a URL parameter in the address bar, like what Cybernerd Dante was talking about earlier. The second thing we need to do is we need to determine the number of columns for the union select. Actually, maybe the second step should be identifying whether or not the injection point is actually communicating with the database. You'd usually do that by sending a single quote or double quote and seeing how the system reacts. But yeah, the second step is to determine the number of columns for the union select. And we would do something like this: union select null null, and just keep on going until we get a different reaction from the web app. The reason we use nulls is because if we use something else to count the number of columns, then the system might not be using either numbers or strings. So the nulls are actually a more safe version to determine whether or not to determine how many columns are in the original statement. After we've figured out the number of columns, we need to identify the database management system, the database software that is being used by the web app. For example, it could be using MySQL, MS SQL, SQLite, etc. So there are a number of different ways we can determine which DBMS is being used. So for example, this function right here is going to identify MySQL, MariaDB, or PostgreSQL. This command over here is going to identify MS SQL or MySQL. This command is going to identify Oracle, and this command is going to identify SQLite. So we need to figure out which software is being used because they all use different commands for getting other pieces of information. The next thing we need to do is figure out the database name, and there's a bunch of different commands we can do to do that depending on which database software is being used. For example, this is MS SQL, MariaDB. This one is for PostgreSQL, etc., etc. Then you need to figure out the name of the database. After that, you figure out the table names in the database, and after that, you determine the column names in the tables. After you've done all that, then you should have enough information to output the column contents from the tables and just do a simple SQL statement like select column name from table name with your union select. Okay, so let's do one more exercise, and I think the exercise we want to do is more SQLi. I don't know if we've done this before. Oh, I think we might have done this in the previous session. Okay, so I want to poll everybody who's watching in chat. If you finished the this exercise in the previous class, please let us know. So I'm going to give you the link. So this is for PicoCTF. So PicoCTF, if you don't have an account at PicoCTF, you can make an account for free. And after you've logged into PicoCTF, you can go to this page. This is the challenge MySQLi. If you did this challenge already, please let us know. Simon or Dante, were you here for the previous session when we started looking at SQL injection, or were you not? In the meantime, I'm just going to take a little sip of water because I've been going for a while and my throat is a little bit parched. Let me see if there's another challenge we could do, just in case there are people who were all caught up. Simon Dante says, you mean on a different day? I was here for the SQL injection class you did, but not any previous ones. Oh, okay. So you have done this challenge before. Okay. Let's see if we can find a different challenge then. Okay, so there's another one over here for SQLite, and this is for the SQL injection login bypass. So SQL, okay. So go ahead and go to this page then. Okay, so this challenge is called SQLite. The description says, can you log into this website? Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So over here, we just need to click on this button over here, which is called Launch Instance. it says here, try to log in here, and then there's a link. So you'll know that the challenge instance has started because the instance button will become red when the instance is running. And you're going to see a link to a web page over here. Okay, so you just right click and select open link in new tab. Then go over to login. And here's a login page. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you all try to solve this challenge by yourselves. So I'm just going to tell you that the SQL login bypass works. If you need to look it up, you can go ahead and do a little Google search on the internet. But I want you to try to log in using SQL injection before I show you all, okay? Slimbo Jim is just followed. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Slimbo Jim. But go ahead and try logging into this page. I think. Okay, so Summoner Dante says, I did it. I didn't even use 1 equals 1. Oh, great. Okay. So you're able to get it. All right. Let's just illustrate over here. So username, right? So it's going to be dash, single quote, space, 1 equals 1, space. Oh, no. Single quote, space, or space, 1 equals 1. So basically we're providing a true statement. And it looks like we've got some Twitch ads. If for some reason you don't see the Twitch ads, but you're still on Twitch and you probably have an ad blocker, please let us know in the chat. Okay, so single quote, space, or space, 1 equals 1, space, and then dash dash space. So for the password, we can provide anything we want, and then we just click on login. Okay, so it says we're logged in. Catastrophe says you also don't see ads if you pay for Twitch Turbo. Catastrophe, do you have Twitch Turbo? It doesn't say that you have Twitch Turbo. Anyways, I'm not going to ask too many questions. Okay, it says logged in, but can you see the flag? It is in plain sight. Okay, so we see the SQL query over here. This is the insecure code, but we need to see the flag. So in order to see the flag, we need to... Does anybody have a suggestion for how to see the flag if we can't see it on this page here? Oh, wow, you changed your flare. I guess you do have turbo. That's great. Okay. Yeah. I can see the turbo icon now. All right. So the way we see this is we use Control U to take a look at the HTTP source. Okay. So it's in this hidden tag over here. Your flag is this. So you just need to copy it. Then go back to the challenge. In the challenge page over here, paste in your flag, click on Submit Flag, and then you're finished. So let's see. Oh, More SQLi Lite, SQL Direct, no SQL injection. So this this is beyond the scope for today's lesson, but has anybody here ever tried doing SQL injection on no SQL systems? So just in case you're wondering, no SQL systems are... So there are two major types of databases that are being used by web applications. There's SQL databases and no SQL databases. But this is from the 2024 event. Okay. All right. Anyways, let's see. There's about 15 minutes left in class. Let me see if I can find another challenge. So over here, I don't know if you all followed me in logging into the juice shop here. If you didn't, then go ahead and try using the SQL injection bypass to access the login over here. So here's the login page. Go ahead and try using the SQL login bypass to get past this login page. Cyberner Dante says, I remember Tiberius talking about how 1 equals 1 can break a server, so I usually use admin. Oh, really? Let me test that. So does that work here? So admin. I've never used this payload before. I think this is looking for an email. So this isn't necessarily gonna work. But the classic one does. So does anybody know when we log in here, we're logged in as the admin user? Does anybody know why we're logged in as the admin user when we use the bypass? So Summoner Dante also says 1 equals 1 can trigger delete statement since it does everything. So I was actually talking about this concept with a person who does bug bounty, and they know a lot more than me. And what they told me was that most of the time on any login form, you don't have to worry about using 1 equals 1 because 99% of the time, the SQL statement that is used on a login form is just a select statement. It's not a delete statement. But I guess you should be aware that sometimes you can delete stuff by using 1 equals 1 with the OR statement. Yeah. All right. So I think I might have one more challenge up my sleeve. Oh, you know what we could do? We could actually illustrate the other SQL injection. So there are more SQL injections on DVWA. If you're still logged in here, what you can do is you can go over to DVWA security, and you can set the security level to medium. So you can set it from low over to medium, and click on submit. And then so if you go back to SQL injection, this is a more sophisticated version of SQL injection than last time. You've got user ID 1, and when you click on submit, you've got ID 1, first name admin, surname admin. Okay. But the problem is there's no injection point that you can see here. But there is an injection point if you use Burp Suite. So what we're going to do is we're going to start up our Burp Suite. We're just going to close our Firefox, and we're going to start up Burp Suite, which we can do with this button right here. So while this is starting up, we're going to go over to Firefox, and we're going to grab our IP address. So just get the IP address, don't get the rest of it in the address bar. Copy that. Then minimize your Firefox window. And then click on Next, and then start Burp. So I think the problem with Burp Suite and demonstrating this stuff is that it's usually really small. The interface is really tiny. So what I need to do is I need to make this bigger. I think I can go into Burp Settings, and I need to go to User Interface, Display. I need to increase the font size. Make it 24. Okay, this is much better. And I think I can also go to the repeater, and I think I can change the font sizing here as well. Okay, sorry. Let's get out of the settings. Okay, so from here, what you need to do is you need to go to your proxy, and you need to make sure that intercept is off. So just click it so that it says intercept is off, and then you can open up your burp browser. So it's going to be in proxy, intercept, switch intercept to off, and then click on open browser. Your OS does not support burps browser running with its sandbox enabled. Okay, so we need to adjust another setting. So it's going to be burp up here, settings, and then we need to click on burps browser. So under browser running, we need to check this box, allow burps browser to run without a sandbox, and then we need to exit out of the settings. Then we can open the browser. So the browser might take a little while to open up. So this is a web browser that's connected to Burp Suite. Geez. Okay, so this is a web browser that's connected to Burp Suite. What we need to do is we need to paste our IP address in there and then hit enter. So this is the IP address for the damn vulnerable web app, of course. The username is going to be admin. The password is password. Log in. What we need to do now is we need to adjust the security again. So we just need to click on the security button again and set it from impossible to medium. After we've done that, click on submit. And then we can click on the SQL injection page. So keep in mind that this is all inside the Burp browser. We need to click on submit with the user ID 1. And then we're finished with the Burp browser. So after this, we can minimize the Burp browser and then go back to Burp Suite. In Burp Suite, we need to go to our HTTP history. So it's going to be proxy and then HTTP history down here. So if you scroll down, there's going to be a post request at the bottom here that goes to vulnerabilities SQLI, this endpoint. We want to put this request in the repeater, so we can right click on the request and then select send to repeater over here. After we've done that, you can go over to the repeater tab, and in the repeater tab, the repeater tab seems a bit, so this text is a bit small. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Hold on. Settings, repeater. I think I can make the repeater, how can I make the repeater text bigger? I've done this before. Display, table appearance, scaling, inspector. Okay, I think I can, yeah, I can adjust the size over here. Dang it. Let me try that again. Monospace 11 point. I think I can change this. I'm going to make it 20 point. Sorry, this must be so exciting for you to see. But anyways, I'm trying to make this text bigger so that everybody can see it here. Okay, so after this, we're going to send this request, and then we'll see that we see the response over here. An interesting thing about the request and response windows is the response window, we can actually set this to render view, and it's going to show us what it would look like inside the web browser. So we can click on that. And this is the web browser view. So instead of seeing a bunch of text, we can see what it would look like if it was rendered inside a web browser. So okay, so here at the bottom of the request, we can actually do SQL injection inside of here. So ID equals 1, we can inject into that. So we're going to inject a single quote along with the ID equals 1, and we're going to send that. So it says you got an error in your SQL syntax. So what this is SQL injection inside of the form data. So the HTTP post data, this is where the SQL injection exists. So this isn't something you would be able to see inside a browser, but because we're using an intercepting proxy like Burp Suite, then we can take advantage of this SQL injection. So we would do the same thing that we did in the previous SQL injection, but this time we're just doing it inside of this request window. So it would be 1, and then union select, and then null, null, like this. They're basically the same payloads that they would use for any other union select SQL injection, except that it's done inside the burp the burp repeater. Okay, so it still says I have an error in my SQL syntax. It might be because we're sending the rest of this here. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see what happens if we just send the single quote. So, okay. All right, but anyways, I've never actually done this this level for SQL injection for the DVWA, so I was just kind of guessing. I haven't solved this, so I don't know where the actual what the actual solve method is. If you're interested, you can go ahead and try playing around with this some more. But we need to wrap up today's lesson because it is getting pretty late. So let's do the summary. Okay, so let's review the SQL concepts we learned in today's workshop. So we actually didn't get around to doing blind SQL injection or time-based SQL injection or out-of-bounds SQL injection in today's class, because what we were doing today was we were practicing doing our union-based SQL injection. Summoner Dante says you can highlight your payload and control U URL encodes. Your payload burp doesn't like different encodings. Yeah, for sure. So I don't usually work with I haven't done a lot of manual SQL like payload stuff with Burp Suite, so I'm not very familiar with it. But you should do URL encoding when you deal a lot with injecting stuff directly into these requests, because usually these special characters are not interpreted very well. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Cybernerd Dante. So let's see. So we practiced doing a lot of union-based SQL injection in today's class. But if you're interested in learning about, let me close this out. If you're interested in learning more about those other two types of SQL injection, which are what was it? Let me get that room. You can go ahead and go over to this room. There's a section on how to do Boolean-based SQL injection over here. It's basically a walkthrough, and it's going to show you exactly how you do Boolean-based SQL injection. It's a type of SQL injection where you have to do iterations, like character by character. You do A, then B, then C, then D, and you go through all the letters and you see if you get a match. And then if you get a match, then you repeat the process over again, A, then B, then C, then D. If you run out of everything, all the letters in the alphabet, you could try using special characters or numbers. It's a big pain in the butt. But this section, this module over here tells you about how to do Boolean-based SQL injection. And the next section is even worse because it's time-based SQL injection, which is like Boolean-based SQL injection, but even slower. So this is the reason why we have automated SQL injection tools like SQL Map, because it can handle all this stuff for you instead of having to manually test and then wait 5 seconds for something and then do that like 500 more times. Anyways, that's it for today's class. Thank you very much for coming and learning with us all about SQL injection. Next time, we're going to be doing our last class, and in the last class, we're going to be taking a look at more Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is a very important web app security testing tool, and it's what the professionals use. So we're going to take a look over at Burp Suite and all of its, we're going to take a look at a few different features, and we're going to get used to using the program because it is a very useful tool. It's basically the only tool that professionals use. People who do web app security for a living, they live and die by Burp Suite, basically. But thank you very much for coming to today's class. We're going to do an extra hour or so. We're going to do an extra hour or so of free hacking against a different target. And so if you're interested, stick around. We're going to be doing some. It's going to be a slightly easier machine than what we did in previously in today's stream. So let's start that off. But let's close out our Try Hack Me windows over here, as well as all the other windows we're not using. And now that we're not teaching anymore, we can put our music back on. Ah, much better. Okay. So now that we're finished class, we can do all the things. Drink all the booze and hack all the things, everyone.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
All right. If anybody doesn't know that song, it's Drink All the Booze and Hack All the Things. Actually, it's just called All the Things. But it's a great nerdcore rap, and it's from the band Dual Core, just in case you were wondering. Okay, so we're doing the HackingStation on the VulNyx website. If you're interested in hacking along with us, you can access it from this link right here. And if you want to do this exercise, you're going to have to download the virtual machine and deploy it on your network. Let me start the machine up. Cybernerd Dante, have you not heard of that? I can't play it on the stream because I'll get DMCA'd, but it's a great song. Some people call it the hacker anthem. This is HackingStation. I'm going to start it up. Let's figure out which IP address we need to hack against. Okay, so HackingStation looks like it is at 10.2.10 10.02.58. So we'll keep that in mind. All right. We've been doing so much hacking today. Summoner Dante say, "Oh no, that's a first for me. Super cool. I love hacker-related music." Yeah. If you're interested, there's another guy who does a lot of hacker nerdcore music, nerdcore rap, and their name is MC Oh My. Let me see if I can get the YouTube link. I can't find it right now. Maybe I'll make a thread over in the Reddit, and I'll compile a list of different nerdcore hacker rapper artists. Okay. Anyways, let's do our scans. So Catastrophe says, I heard about YT Cracker on Darknet Diaries as well. If you're interested in that stuff, yeah, actually that's a great resource. So Darknet Diaries. They've got a great episode on nerdcore rap, and let me find that episode. So basically, I discovered a lot of nerdcore artists through this episode of Darknet Diaries, including Dual Core, YT Cracker, and who's the other guy? Dual Core, YT Cracker, MC Oh My, yeah. Okay, so let's do our Nmap scans. So we're going to do our Nmap scans against some, let's see, this one over here. This is called the HackingStation. And it looks like there's only one port. That's interesting. There's only port 80. Let me scan that one more time, just to make sure that there's not some other port open. So, only port 80, huh? Okay. So, if there's only port 80 open on the server, so let's Nikto to see if we can find any low-hanging fruit. And then let's run derb to see if there's any common directories. And so there's a JavaScript directory, there's a jQuery directory, there's a jQuery directory. So from my observations, jQuery has never been the way in previous boxes, so not too sure if I'm going to be looking too much into that. Summoner Dante says, "Yay, more web hacking." Well, sometimes it's a lot of web hacking. Sometimes it is. Okay, so let's do some GoBuster in directory busting mode, and let's specify the correct IP address, 10.02.58. All right, let's see if we can find anything here. Index.html, we've got a JavaScript directory. Okay. Let's see if Nikto found anything. So it doesn't look like Nikto found anything super interesting. So it's an Apache server 2.4.57. Okay, so let's take a look at, let's manually enumerate. So that's 10.02.58. Okay, so here's an interesting looking app. So it says, welcome to HackingStation, and then there's some anonymous hacker guy over here. It's still under development, but use our search engine to find the exploit to hack your victim. So product on which you want to search for exploits, we can enter something here. We can click search. It says, coming soon to HackingStation Nmap. Not completely sure what that could mean. I found on a lot of these challenges there have been some interesting things in Pebble says instantly thinking OS command injection. I think that might be it. Probably search exploit. Probably search exploit. So I think what we need to do is we just need to product on which you want to search for exploits. Let's try PHP. I'm not sure. Just click on search. And what's going to come back? So what I think this is doing, it's giving some sort of Linux command and then it's coming back with search results. It's probably contacting the search exploit web page and doing a search using, it might be using curl, or it might be using some other command. Digital Warhead says, hello Digital Warhead. Thank you very much. And Pebble, yeah, Pebble, nice to see Pebble here as well. Pebble is another great cybersecurity streamer. Let's do a shout out to Pebble. There we go. Okay, so it says that we're running Twitch ads. If you're not seeing Twitch ads, please type in the chat say no ads for me. No ads for me. Smiley face. Okay, so what do we have? Catastrophe says no ads. No ads for Catastrophe. Great. Okay. All right. So how do we inject into this? So it says query exploit query.php. Oh, exploit query. Okay, so it sends you to another endpoint. Okay. So let's see. So query exploit query product equals PHP. So this is up in the address bar. So we might be able to do some OS command injection up here. So just for everybody who's watching, we did a search for PHP in the app and it brought us to this endpoint over here. So what we could try is we could try doing some OS command injection. So we could do something like this. So is this going to send us anything? It might not. Okay. Let's go back. So product on what you want to search for an exploit. I'm going to do semicolon and then hash and do who am I. And we're going to see if this does anything. I don't know if this is actually going to go through. Okay, so this... What is this? So I'm not too sure what we actually searched for in this case. Okay, so down at the bottom here. Oh, we got OS command injection. So the who am I was executed. That was I mean, that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Alright, well, I guess that means we have to set up our reverse shell. Okay, so everybody, today I'm gonna illustrate how to upgrade your netcat shell, because it's usually something that you want to do. I went for years with just setting up your very basic netcat shell that didn't have any capabilities, and I was just working off of that. But so the first thing you need to do is you need to set your shell to bash, because upgrading the netcat shell doesn't work if you're using Kali's default shell, which is ZSH. So you just need to be in the bash shell before you set up your netcat listener. So I'm just going to set up my netcat listener on port 443. And let's figure out how to do reverse shell connection. So the reverse shell connection we're going to do is I'm going to get a netcat named pipe reverse shell. So if you're not familiar with the reverse pipe named shell, there's an article on it over here. Okay, so with that being said, let's paste in our netcat named pipe shell. We need to adjust this. Catastrophe has just subscribed with Prime Gaming. Thank you very much for the subscription, Catastrophe. I really appreciate you using your Prime sub to subscribe to me. Okay, so 10.02.58, and the port is going to be 443. Okay, so let's see if this reverse shell works. Okay, execute that, and we see, okay, so it came back. Usually that's not a good sign, because if the app actually follows through, that means that the command didn't go through. Yeah, let me check my. So I've still okay. So my listener's still going. My listener's still going. So I need to find some other way to get my reverse shell on the system. Let's try. What other reverse shell could we try? I think there was a website. Does anybody know the name of the website that you can plug in your reverse shell commands into? Revshells.com. Yeah, okay. Rev. Summoner Dante says, try curling yourself to see if you can get Pentest Monkey on there. Oh, yeah, that's another option. We could also do. We could use wget. We could use a wget command to see if we could upload a shell. Pebble says, BusyBox is my favorite one for Linux. Uses basically no special characters. Let me give that a try. Does BusyBox... So this would be it over here. Okay, so let's try this. And then we can go back to the web app. Where were we? Here, okay. Go back. Okay, let's inject over here. Adjust the port and the IP address 0 to... Wait, I think I might have... Oh no, you know what? I used the wrong IP address for my named pipe rev shell, I think. Anyways, let's try this one to see if it works. Okay, this hanged. So it's hanging right now, so that means we're probably in. So I'm just gonna minimize. Yeah, okay, we got a connection. Okay, so we're in. I need to put on my scary hacker voice.
Hey everybody, it's my scary hacker voice again. It sounds like I've smoked too many cigarettes. But anyways, scary hacker voice says, we're in.
Alright, so we're in. Thank you very much for to Pebble for suggesting the RevShell's BusyBox reverse shell. Okay. Pebble says wrong IP happens to the best of us. Yeah. But anyways, let's find a way to upgrade our shell. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out which version of Python we're running on here. Which Python? So we can use Python to do our first stage. So we're going to import pty and then pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, so we have a slightly upgraded shell now. So we're going to upgrade the rest of the way, and the way we do that is we first foreground our shell. We background our shell with Control Z, and then we get our STTY information with the -A. So we need to plug in a couple of variables. So we've got our rows 32, columns 135. We're going to need that for later. The next thing we do is we do STTY raw minus echo. And then after that we need to foreground our shell with the FG. We're not going to see output. Now that we're back in our netcat shell, we do export shell equals bash, export term equals xterm -256 color, and then we do STTY rows 31 columns 135, and our shell should be completely upgraded. So now that we can clear, we can get command history, and we can do tab autocomplete. So this is a completely usable shell, just like an SSH shell. Okay, so let's figure out how to exploit the system. We've got nmap. Root with no password, we can run nmap. Alright, Catastrophe says, I gotta go. Have a great evening and thanks for the stream. Thank you very much for subscribing today, Catastrophe, and I really appreciated your messages in chat. Yeah, so we're going to be streaming again on Wednesday, so we'll be back at the same time on Wednesday. Thank you very much, and yeah, have a great evening. Let's do one last hack the planet for a Catastrophe.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we have sudo with nmap, so there has to be some way to use nmap to elevate our privileges. So we're gonna look at a very common place to look, which is GTFO bins. So let's look up nmap. So we've got a bunch of different options over here, but we've got sudo access, so let's take a look at that. So it says if the binary is allowed to run as a super user, it does not drop privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So input echo is disabled. The interactive mode available on versions 2.02 can be used to execute shell commands. So we need to figure out which version of nmap is on the system. So nmap tactec version. So this is version 7.93. So the interactive mode is probably not available. So we just need to follow these commands over here. So we're making a temporary file from this variable over here called tf, and then we're going to write something to the file with this command here. So we're going to echo os.execute. os.execute. Is this? Wait, is this? Oh, okay. I think this is like nmap functions. So os execute, okay, into the tf variable, which is a temporary file, right? And the last thing to do is just sudo nmap and use this script. Oh, so we're using the scripting. Oh, we're treating this as an nmap script. Okay. All right. Wait. Did I? We're root, but we don't see any of our. We don't see anything. We can do ls. We can't see any of the commands we're typing in. That's interesting. Huh. But we're root, so we finished the challenge. Okay. Man, I didn't expect it to be that easy. I guess we could go back to the other challenge we were doing where we're hitting our head against the wall. Okay, so exploit query.php. You know what? We could figure out what this PHP program was doing. So cat exploit query.php. So we were running a PHP script, okay? So it's going to run searchsploit. Oh, it runs the searchsploit command, okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we've let's move into the root directory. So we've got root.txt and snap. We got this SSH file over here. So all we need to do is we need to cat root.txt and output it into iRead root.txt. Now there is an iRead root.txt. You know what? I think we can upgrade our terminal using Python. So Python-c import pty.spawn bin bash Okay, yeah, we got it. Alright, cool. So we've effectively read the root.txt file. The people over at VulNyx don't want people who are doing streams to reveal the flags, but we did the output for root.txt into iRead root.txt, and if we do md5 sum with iRead root.txt and root.txt, they have the same file hash, which effectively means that we read root.txt. Bam, we're done. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do this. This is the redeem for getting root.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so I'm just going to delete the iRead root.txt, and we're finished with this scenario. You know what? I'm going to do a quick write-up, just so we can review how we got to where we are. Let me create a little text file. How are you guys liking the music? Kid Boo, hey, hello, nice to see you, Kid Boo. Let's see, this is the HackingStation machine. just need to create a little text file. Okay, so let's do a little summary of port 80 was open on the server. Let's make this bigger text. Zoom in, Control plus. Okay, so port 80 was open on the server. Next, when we visited the website, it had some sort of app which searched the exploit DB website. We were able to inject an OS command injection into the user field. Kid Boo, I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? Can you remind me again? Are you a cybersecurity student, or are you working in another tech-related job? We're able to inject an OS command injection into the user field. We use the OS command injection to obtain a reverse shell connection on our attacker machine. Let's see. The user was allowed sudo access to the nmap command. And then we can just hello, nice to see you on Twitch. It says, just discovered you. Thank you very much for coming by. How do? Are you a cybersecurity student, or are you working in cybersecurity, or are you working in some other tech-related job? How do says, currently doing Try Hack Me myself. What module are you working on Try Hack Me? Okay, so allowed sudo access to the nmap command. We used the nmap command to open a root shell on the system. Okay, and that was the HackingStation machine. All right. Let's see. Howdy says crypto basics following the cybersecurity 101 path. Oh, crypto basics. Interesting. Have you taken a look at crypto hack before? So crypto hack is let's see. It's a website kind of similar to well, I would say kind of similar to PicoCTF, but it's not exactly similar to PicoCTF. Let me get the link. So crypto hack. I think it's cryptohack.org over here. Okay. And let me paste in. There it is. So it's a free, fun platform for learning modern cryptography. So I've done some crypto hack modules myself. I have not been able to get very far because I'm not very good at post-secondary, basically like college level, university level math, because you have to be able to understand some more advanced math stuff to understand cryptography. So yeah, it's a pretty good website. It's free. And there's a pretty big community of people over there solving cryptography exercises. I myself, I think I'm going to be coming out with the beginners cryptography course over from my program, which is HackerFrogs. That's probably going to be coming out early next year. But you've probably learned a lot about cryptography already. Anyways, so let's go back to our previous lesson. Let's see, Howdy says, I'm going like wide learning as opposed to deep learning, that makes sense, trying to get a general understanding of all different aspects of security. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Definitely do try HackMe. Definitely do PicoCTF. So PicoCTF over here. I don't know if you already have an account over at PicoCTF or not. If you don't, it's a great platform for learning about all sorts of different categories of cybersecurity. For example, over here, let me just. So there's a few hundred or a couple hundred different challenges over here across some different categories such as web exploitation, cryptography, reverse engineering, forensics, general skills, and binary exploitation. So you definitely, I think it's a good thing to do to try to get a very broad sense of what exists inside of the cybersecurity space, and then decide which one of those specialties is going to interest you the most. So I think you might go into cybersecurity thinking that you want to do something like web app hacking, but then you discover that forensics is really interesting and fun for you. So definitely don't settle on a specialty like too early on. Do a lot of exploration around and figure out which specialty rather is your favorite. Okay, so let's continue hacking against the external challenge. So I'm just going to power off the HackingStation machine. We've got this external challenge over here, which is at IP address 10.0.262, and we were hitting our head against that when we before we had to do our class. So let's go back to it. So let's do, for example, 10.0.262 and see what's going on over here. Okay, there's nothing. Right, there's nothing on the server. We also found a domain for this particular box, which is ext.nyx. But we weren't able to find anything over here. So it says here, so inside the notes, at the very end of this file over here, it says pending tasks, configure DNS, ext.nyx. One thing that I guess we could take a look at is, we could take a look at UDP ports. I hate doing UDP port scanning, but I guess I might try to do some UDP port scanning just so we can see if there's something interesting that we can find. Pebble says subdomain fuzz. So we've done a subdomain fuzz already. So I used FFUF for the subdomain fuzz. We found the name of the domain, which is ext over here. I just need to make sure. Yeah, so we weren't able to find anything using FFUF. We also tried using GoBuster in the subdomain discovery mode. We weren't able to find anything there. Let's see. Pebble says it's got to be vhosts for a CTF. It's got to be vhosts. I'm gonna go ahead and start up my. I'm gonna start up my Nmap scan for UDP ports. So ext.nyx. We'll see if anything comes up on the UDP ports. Let's see. Pebble says host fuzz. Okay, let me see. Was I doing Howdo says, possible to give me a little context on this for the parts I missed? Are you talking about the box that we're looking at right now? So let's see. Pebble, Pebble, are you, that argument right there for, is it supposed to be dash capital H? Is it supposed to be this? I haven't used FFUF very often. Okay, let me try that. And then add the regular URL. Okay, so after this, the regular URL is HTTP ext.nyx. It doesn't like that. Oh, you have to do with U, like this, right? Oh, okay. So we're looking for. Okay, so how do? So this is the EX extensions. No, the X. What is the name of this challenge? Let me get the name of the challenge. So VulNyx.com. So we're working off of the VulNyx.com website. This is a website where you can download virtual machines to hack against. And we're looking at... We're looking at the... What is the name of this challenge? Let me... Damn it. Okay. This is the external challenge. So this is challenge... This is machine number 24. Yeah, right here. So if you wanted to take a look at it yourself, you can take a look at it right there. VulNyx is new to me. Are you trying to find a subdomain? Yeah, we're trying to find a subdomain right now. And I think Pebble might have given me the correct syntax for using FFUF. Let me try outputting that to something else. We're going to call it ffuf.txt. We're just going to let that go through. Pebble says, since it is a CTF and not a public website, the subdomain is not in your DNS file. It would not resolve even if you got the right subdomain. Utilizing the host header, you can still keep the working URL while fuzzing subdomains. Oh, okay. Let's see, FC 258 to filter that size. You know, so what I would do is I would just cat that out, and then I would do a grep B for 258. Nothing came out. So they're all... Maybe a larger word list. Okay. Well, let me, so locate. So I'm going to search for sec lists, and I'm going to grep for subdomain. So I've got subdomains. Let me take a look at the file I was using previously. So I was using the top 5,000 subdomain, so maybe I can use a bigger list. Pebble says, you could also try fuzz.nyx. It may not be subdomains, but that comment is screaming subdomain fuzzing at me. Yeah. So let's Let's try with a different subdomain word list. So we can try this one. And yeah, thank you for this little part over here. This I mean, I guess I've been doing fuzzing subdomains wrong this whole time. That's a lot of subdomains. But it should be done in just a little bit. It didn't. Nothing came out. Okay. FFUF is the GOAT. Holy cannoli, that's a fast scan. Well, I mean, it's on the same network, so well, I mean, FFUF is supposed to be like the fastest fuzzer, but nothing came out. Weird. Oh no! Wait. I outputted it to a file. Right. Okay. So we're going to grep v for the file size, which is 258. Oh, we found something. Wow. Pebble, thank you very much for the assist there. That's great. Let's see. Makes sense why it's so fast. I forgot that VulNyx box is yeah. Okay, so we've got administrator. So let's add this to our etc host file. So sudo nano etc hosts. So administrator.ext.nix, like this. Let's see. Pebble says I recommend dash FC to filter the size instead of grep. Okay, yeah, and dash C for pretty colors. That's well, I mean, you know, we could all use some more pretty colors in our lives. Okay, let me just try this out for fun. Let's do FC. Maybe I won't do the FC, but I will do the pretty colors first. So this just, yeah, okay. And then we can do FC for 256, 258. FC 258. Didn't quite work out. Oh, FS, okay. Let me, let's go back to the bottom here. FS 258. C is for columns, it's for something else. Okay, so it doesn't show us anything. And then it shows us, okay, great. Yeah, that's awesome. FC for a status code, yeah. So FFUF is becoming a program that I like a lot more instead of using GoBuster. But I guess GoBuster has its use as well. Okay, so let's try manually going to this subdomain. So the subdomain is administrator. Oh, we've got an admin panel. Let's see. Cyberner Dante says, "Wait till you use FFUF for parameter fuzzing. It's exhilarating." Oh yeah. I've actually done parameter fuzzing using FFUF before. It is pretty cool. Okay, we've got an admin panel. Well, I don't know what this could be. Test is already registered. Why does this say register and not log in? That's odd. Okay, so let's see if there's some funny code on here. Okay, so what is this? I guess we could do brute forcing on this. It's not something I want to do right away. but I guess that's an option. We could also try fuzzing the administrator subdomain. So let's go back to GoBuster. Yeah, the UDP scan wasn't the way in. Okay, let's switch back to Kali. Let's use our GoBuster. And this time we're going to fuzz the administrator subdomain. Okay. Howdo says, look at the onClick function too. Alright, yeah, let me just fire off the scan. So index form.php, so we could take a look at this next. So that's interesting. Okay. What is this onClick? OnClick XML function. Huh. So where's this XML function coming from? So I guess it's coming from one of these two JavaScript. jQuery main, jQuery min. Let's XML function. So we could probably learn more about this if we took a look inside the JavaScript files. What? Okay, XML function is XML data. It's going to post it to form.php, and it's going to send... Okay, so I guess we could also check out form.php. So form.php is blank. Wait, so the only thing this blank is already registered? What is this? Alright, let's go back. I mean, I don't see blank is already registered in here. This is just blank. Probably want to capture that post with burp. Okay, yeah, we can definitely do that. Ooh, okay, so let's see. The form.php was fuzzed over here. We can start up our burp suite. Okay, so let's see. Start up that burp suite. And then come on, burp suite. Okay, so then we can go over to proxy and open our web browser. This is a web browser that's connected to Burp Suite. We are going to go to administrator.ext.nix. Did that resolve? No, it didn't resolve. I guess I forgot to put the HTTP in front of it. Okay, so we're going to put in this test, register, and then we're going to go, so we have this recorded now, so they can go ahead and go over to our HTTP history. Then down here, so there's a post to form.php. Test is already registered. We send an XML form. XML version 1.0. So What are we trying to do here? Are we trying to inject into the XML form to get some sort of code injection? So I haven't done XML code injection. I guess we should look it up. Let me try looking over at HackTricks. Pebble says, I would run SQL map in the background first. You could look at some payload all the things. Okay, so XML external entity. It could be this. XXE XEE. You also have, let's see, XML basics is a markup language, okay. Document type definition. Oh, HackTricks. Yeah. HackTricks is a website where you can do a lot of you can search for a bunch of different software topics or protocol topics to do hacking against. Here you go. It's book.hacktricks.xyz. So let's see. Okay, so we could do XXE detection with parameter entities. XXE vulnerabilities. XML parameter entities can be utilized. We could just try using this. We could try just using this payload right here and see if it actually reacts to it. Okay, so. So XML version over here, details. Can I put this up here? Just wait, I need to send this to the repeater first. Send it to the repeater, okay. Oh, okay. So this XML information over here, we can try. Wait, okay. So in here, I'm just gonna paste in my payload over here for XX. I think it's called XXE. Hold on. This is called XXE. Okay. External XML entities. Okay, let's try sending this. So we didn't get the command execution we wanted, but it didn't give me an error either. So we can keep on messing around with this. Most of these attacks were tested using the awesome Portswigger XXE lab. Okay, new entity tests. And a test if a simple new entity declaration is working. Read file. Let's try to read the etc password file in different ways. So we're doing etc password. We're not dealing with Windows. Is this the same as the other payload we were looking at? Let me copy this. Okay. Burp Suite. This looks very similar. Hold on. Okay, so this is a different payload though, so I'm just gonna get rid of this. Okay, let's try this one. Okay, didn't fire off. I'm wondering about this about this indentation, whether or not the indentation makes too much of a difference in this case. And let's see how they formatted this this particular string. So XML version 1.0, okay, and then they put this on the same indentation line as the XML version. So maybe I need to do that. It did the formatting for me. Anyways, send that. Okay, nothing really happens. It says example. Does that matter? I don't think it matters for XML, but I could be wrong. I do not have very much experience with XML or doing this kind of exploit. In the screenshot, they use a different word. Okay, so let's take a look at the screenshot. Entity TORPlace. Product ID and TORPlace. Entity equals product ID. Oh, maybe I need to insert this into the okay. To replace. Okay. Alright, so over here we've got example. Maybe I can just insert it here. So instead of test, I can do... What was it? Was this ampersand? Example? Wow! Wow, we have code execution. This is wild. Okay. We did it. We did the XXE. Jesus. Okay, so we managed to output the etc password file here. So now all we need to do is get our reverse shell. So, man, this has been a rabbit hole. Okay. So let's man, okay. Alright. So if anybody's wondering which article I was looking at Hacktricks, it's this one right here. Okay, so let's set up our reverse shell listener. So it's going to be netcat. Actually, wait, I'm going to make this a bash so we can upgrade our shell later. Okay, so we're now listening on port 443, and let's get our reverse shell. So Pebble recommended us to use this BusyBox shell. If it works, that's great. If this one doesn't work, then we can try the netcat named pipe reverse shell. So we've got our burp suite over here. And the system command is going to be something different. In this case, it's going to be this thing. This thing is on this port, and it is using 0, 2. And actually, thank you very much, Howdo, for pointing out the keyword for the entity, which is in this case example. We have to put the example in the XML in order to have it activate there. Thank you very much. Howdo says, so this means that the app is vulnerable to XML injection? Yup. That's what we just illustrated. Yeah. Okay, so 10.02, my system is at 22. Howdo says, I had no idea, just stood out to me as weird for some reason, but thanks for thanking me. Yeah, well, I mean, the people who chat here teach me all sorts of stuff. People like Pebble and people like you know, point out little details that I miss. I don't know if I would have been able to catch that if the chat wasn't here. So thank you very much. So it's a team effort. Okay, so let's try running this command instead and see if it actually gets me my reverse shell. So we didn't see anything here, but let's take a look and see if the reverse shell actually activated or not. So the reverse shell didn't activate here. Let me take a look at. Do we need to do URL encoding, or is BusyBox not on this box? If it's not on the box, we could always try another. We could always try another reverse shell command, and this one is going to be the netcat named pipes reverse shell. So I'm just going to replace this. Pebble says use expect something something right before your OS command. Could be either to URL encode it, place plus in the place of spaces. This is wild. You can do a reverse shell through injection. This is crazy. Not something I ever thought about. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what we need. This is what security people need to you know need to find out. They need to find out whether or not the applications are vulnerable to this kind of stuff. Let's see. So the what I was looking at, this hack tricks XXC, right? So system etc password. Oh, okay. This is just reading. So system is just going to read this file. So this is just reading the file. It doesn't get us anything else. I guess we could use another command to actually run a different system command. Yeah, that's only read. Let's see. So Pebble suggested use expect right before the OS command. So does that mean here we would do what? It is like this. Let's see. Howdo is now HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Howdo, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Simon Dante says, okay, if we're stuck with read, you can look for SSH keys for the users. Yeah, we could look for that. But if I could just get a reverse shell, it would be, well, I mean, it would be nice. Let me try playing around with this with these commands over here. Expect ID. Okay, so system. Maybe this is not the right payload. Just try ID spaces. May mess up the XML format. Probably not installed. Okay, so we could do. So we did etc password successfully. And let's see if there are any other. So admin. So admin is. Okay, so if there's an admin user, then there might be an SSH key. in the home admin.ssh ID RSA. If this exists, then we can log in as the admin user. Okay, there's no maybe it doesn't exist. Okay, Okay, well we could try finding another payload. So this is called XXE, right? In the second case, it's useful to extract a file of the web servers using PHP. So it's PHP filter, system PHP filter, something. Samurai Dante says, Pebble says you can also try to pull remotely. Let's see. Samurai Dante says, is there payloads to write to files? If authorized keys exist, you can inject a public key. Okay, so this is in case... Let me see if I can find a command that's just going to let us run OS commands. Directory listing, SSRF, blind SSRF. XXC could also be used to abuse an SSRF inside the cloud. Exfiltrate data out of band. To exploit a vulnerable application, attacker sends an XSC payload. Error-based. Oh, this is such a long article. Okay, let me see if I can find command injection. Following commands. Another method involves attempting to execute commands to the PHP expect wrapper. Right. This is what Pebble was suggesting, right? So expect ls. Expect. Let me just double check to see if this works. Maybe not, but... yeah, this doesn't go through. Let's see. Pebble says you could take a look at the PHP source code. I doubt it, but it might have creds or juicy info. Oh, that's true. Let's see. So the PHP config file, right? So where is that file? So we effectively have like file inclusion. Let me try asking ChatGPT. Where is the PHP config file on Linux file systems? Okay, so we could do... Oh, I need the... Custom locations, php.ini. I was talking about that. Oh, that form.php file, yeah. Okay. So, let's see. It would probably be in... var www html form.php. Okay, so that was either the wrong... That was probably the wrong location. Let's take a look at, let's see. /form.php. Base 64 PHP wrapper. Let's see. What's that? What is the format for that, for the wrapper again? Hold on. PHP filter convert. Okay, so let's try what Pebble is suggesting over here. So it'd be something like this. Resource equals, well, we could try index.php and see if it actually, so nothing comes out. Try form.php. Oh, form.php works. Okay. Okay, so we can just grab this and we can anyways, let's copy this and put this in terminal. Hold on. Okay, so no credentials. But that was interesting. So what are some other files we could try looking at? So index.php didn't work. But maybe this isn't index.php. Hold on. So oh, this is an HTML. Oh, okay. Well, we could try index.html. Well, no, that's not gonna have anything that we can't read normally. So if we just try to read index.html, it's not going to be super special. It doesn't even show up. Index.html. Yeah, there's something here. Etc. Apache 2 and Apache 2 conf. Oh, yeah, maybe. Let's try that out. Etc. Apache 2, Apache 2.conf. Doesn't come out. Oh, I misspelled that. I misspelled them both. Wow, good for me. Okay. Still nothing though. Could also use an LFI word list and fuzz. Yeah, could do that. You know, I need to, if I could find a way to just, if I could find a different payload that that could actually run, that could actually do OS commands, that'd be much better. Let me see if I could do something from payload all the things. So let's try XXE payloads. XML external entity injection payload list. Let's see if I can find something better. Howdo says the PHP page connects to database. Pebble says I'm pretty sure was only code execution for with the expect wrapper. Well, let me just take a quick look here. So file disclosure, entity example. So this uses the system over here. Denial of service example. Basic XML example. Local file inclusion example. Okay, so we were able to get this. Blind local file inclusion example. Access control bypass. Server-side request forgery. So we could also try... Okay, so we can see if we can actually get server-side request forgery. So what we can do is we can just set up something like... yeah. So I'm going to just echo SSR RF enabled. And we're just going to pipe that into test.txt, and then we're going to serve up some piping hot server over here. Cybernerd Dante says, what the heck is blind local file inclusion? What is blind local file inclusion? I actually don't know what that is. But, okay, so let's see if we can access our attacker system. So HTTP 10.0.2.22. It's did I call it test.txt? It read it. It read the Okay, well this means can we run PHP code? We have SSRF. In case there's not a response, it uploads to your web server. Yeah, try PHP. Okay, well that means we can just grab the handy dandy. What is it called again? The PHP reverse shell. So let's locate it. It's here. And copy it to our directory. And then edit the file. Hold on. Need to keep my music going. This has been a ton of fun. 0.2.22. Okay. Done. Okay, so let's see if I can get a reverse shell out of this. I've got my netcat listener over here. I'm serving up my HTTP. Okay, so let's see if we can access the PHP reverse shell. PHP reverse shell.php. Run that. Okay, but did we get a connection? No, we didn't get a connection. So, did we not get a connection because I made a typo? These are the correct settings. I think. And we did access the PHP reverse shell file because the web server log shows that it was downloaded, or rather, it was GET requested. So it didn't run. It didn't run the PHP code. It didn't run the PHP code. What was the SSRF payload again? I missed it. So it's the same. It's the same payload as the file read, except we're providing a URL instead over here. But the PHP code didn't. The PHP code wasn't executed. So Summoner Dante says you might try to add a PHP at the end of the payload. It's just getting the file. I don't think the pipe is going to work. It would be really weird if it did, but well, you know. Okay, let's... Yeah, it didn't try to download the file that time. Yeah, we can get it to access the file. Pebble says, can you read the var log apache2 access.conf or error.conf? We could do log poisoning. Also, fuzzing internal ports is a good idea. I don't think it should be this complicated. This is not the other low-level machines on the VulNyx website are not this involved. But I wonder. Okay, let's try reading that that file. The file is var what? Var log apache2 access.conf. I keep on misspelling Apache. Okay, so not accessible. Access.conf not accessible. Let's try error. Okay. Also not accessible. It might not be the correct file path. Fuzzing internal ports. Internal ports. I wonder if we could get... We can read the file, but HTTP something 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 fuzz. That's I understand what you're putting down. Let's see. Okay, so we could do, what was it? 120 HTTP 127.0.0.1, and we know that 80 exists, so we can see if this gets us anything. This doesn't get us anything. Oh, the // Still nothing. You're right. You're right. I'm getting a bit. I'm getting a bit tired. What? Oh, it did. Huh. There's something here. There is something here. Okay. I don't think there's anything on 443, but yeah, nothing here on 443. There, we were able to get something back from 80. I don't know. Are there any other ports open on this system? I need to do my Nmap scan again. This is IP62. There is this the MySQL port. So can I access the MySQL port? You can use FFUF or intruder to scan internal ports. It's supposed to be an easy box. MySQL is open. Could I read? Oh, MySQL might have some configuration files, so I could try reading those. Okay, so, man, where are they going to be? Where are the MySQL config files on a Linux file system? Wonder if -- so we don't need to use the LFI, like we don't need the LFI whatever // method, because we can read files directly. Config.php, we don't know the webroot path. Don't we know the webroot path though? So etc my cnf config.php. Let's try. We could go for, oh, we don't need any of this. We're going for .. config.php. Maybe not. Config.php is not in base64 wrapper. Maybe. Let's see what. So there was the form.php, right? Ah, okay. What was that wrapper again? Let me. It's previous. Ah, okay, I see it. Let me copy that. PHP filter resource equals .. config.php, like that. Okay, let's try this. Nothing came out. But form.php does come out. So I don't think we can do .. to go up a directory, but we could try accessing the thing directly. Let's see if this works. Okay, this might not be the correct. This might not be the correct directory, unless it doesn't take file paths. www.html administrator . Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try reading the MySQL configuration files. So could be. What were those? What was that directory path? Usually the subdomains are inside the HTML directory, so I think html config.php. So I don't think that's the file path, Sarabner Dante, because if that were the file path, then we would have been able to find it through fuzzing, but we weren't able to find it through fuzzing, the directory fuzzing. So I'm going to try looking at the etc my.cnf. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see if this works. Global configuration file, other configuration files. Let's try this. This doesn't exist. Oh, okay. So we were able to find this file, but maybe it doesn't. This file might not have any credentials in it. So I'm able to access it. But there are no creds. conf.d. Import all CNF files from the configuration directory. MariaDB conf.d. Okay, let's see if there's anything in here. This is a directory. This is not a file. It could be under a config folder. If it were in a config folder, we would be able to access it from the web, shouldn't we? Let me... like back it into the configure. Okay, well, I mean it's getting pretty late. I have to eat some dinner. I haven't had anything since lunch. I actually didn't have much of a lunch. I had an apple, but this has been a lot of fun. I think I'm going to be poking around here a little more after dinner. But let's find somebody who can raid. Hey, Pebble, do you feel like going online right now? Let's find an appropriate InfoSec streamer. Way too late. I'm the only person online right now. Let's take a look at Twitch and see if anybody else who is cool is online right now. Oh, there's a science channel. Yeah, okay. If anybody's interested in science or ants or science and ants, then you can check out the Science Streams channel. They do a bunch of stuff about science stuff. Let's see what they're doing right now. Let's over here. Kid Boo says thanks. Thank you very much to everybody who came by to talk and to give suggestions and stuff. Twitch.tv really doesn't like, it's not great for doing science channel. So yeah, okay, well, this person's just got raided, so let's make an even bigger raid. All right. So, but before that, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so there's some ads coming in. So let's set up our raid. Let's see. Let's raid the science channel, science streams. And everybody, if you could type in hip hop hack with the OS frog as our raid message, that'd be great. Okay, I'm going to be back on Wednesday. See you next time, everybody. See you later, guys.
Raiders!
Science stream. We ain't fucking. We over here buckling. You be shocking what we got. Now the tribe's arrived. I promise that I have prescribed you vibes. The vibes we got are giant. Check into the screen for the raid. That's science.
Why, Raiders, welcome in. Shy Hat, what were y'all up to today? Hop, hop, hack, hop, hip, hop, hack, hop, hackety, hack. Y'all, how was the stream? Tell me the things. How was the science content today? Let me know all the details. Perfect. Thank you so much, Detector. For the Raiders coming on in, my name is Balint, 1/3 of Science Streams. The other 2/3 are my wife, Lita, and our daughter, baby Alona, aka the Munchkin. Lita and I are research scientists. We have our PhDs in molecular biology, and we do live science content here on Twitch every day of the week. Today's microscopy, but we also do sci-fi science, science art, science news of the week, deep dives into scientific topics, games, 3D printing, IRL streams, model building, and more, as Lodoc said. Y'all welcome on in. Hacking against the web app, perfect biblical course, perfect, excellent. As long as you're being ethical and you're not doing anything illegal that I never have to think about and say, it's perfect, the Shy Hat. Guys, do go check out the lovely Shy Hat as well. Raiders, we're about to have a